there. This meeting of the Independent School District 535 School Board is called to order at 5:32 p.m. Tuesday, January 5th, 2021, virtually in room 137 of the Edison Building. Participants participating electronically in accordance with the Minnesota Statute 13D.021 until further notice. Members of the public are currently not permitted to attend these meetings physically due to COVID-19 pandemic recommendations. Interested members of the public are welcome and encouraged to view this meeting remotely at youtube.com/ISD535, where the live stream video may be found. Finally, we acknowledge that the Rochester Public School sites are situated on ancestral lands of the Dakota people. We acknowledge and honor the Dakota nations and the sacred lands of all Indigenous peoples. Present at this meeting is Mr. Michael Munoz, Superintendent of Schools and a non-voting ex officio member of the board. Also present is Michelle Severson, our new Assistant Board Clerk. Welcome, Ms. Severson. Ms. Severson, would you please call the roll of the 2020 Rochester Public Schools Board?
Thank you, Vice Chair Marvin. Ms. Amundson?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Here.
Vice Chair Marvin?
Here.
Ms. Nathan?
Here.
Mr. Schluchner?
No.
Chair Seelinger? Thank you. Oh, Ms. Workman?
Yeah, here.
Thank you so much.
Oath of 1.02, and by the way, we will take the roll call of the new board in a moment. At this time, I would like to ask Ms. Kathy Nathan, School Board Clerk, to administer the oath of office to our newly elected and re-elected board members, Dr. Jessica Garcia, Ms. Karen McLaughlin, and Mr. Don Barlow. Will all of you make sure your microphones are unmuted and your video is on for the oath of office? Ms. Nathan, please administer the oath.
It is an honor that you were elected to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility with the duties empowered by the Minnesota legislature. This power puts you and our fellow directors in the position of being morally and legally responsible for equitable, quality education of each and every student in this district. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and public school advocacy for and with the superintendent, setting the course for quality education in our public schools through healthy debate at the table, and supporting the will of the board by speaking with one voice away from the table. Along with the vision of our future, you will also be asked to honor the dedicated work of those who came before you and the community that developed Rochester Public Schools' current mission: to inspire, challenge, and empower all students with the knowledge and skills required to reach their full potential, to contribute to future generations, and to become involved members of a global community. If you'll raise your right hands, and please repeat after me. I state your name.
I,
Donald Barlow.
Jessica Garcia.
I, Karen McLaughlin,
Do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
Do
solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution
of the United
of the United States,
Of the United States.
the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
the
Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
State of Minnesota.
uphold the Code of Ethics of the Board and mission of Rochester Public Schools,
uphold
the
the Code of Ethics
Board
of the Board and mission of Rochester
mission
Public
of
Schools,
Rochester Public Schools,
and faithfully discharge the duties of the office
and
faithfully discharge the
discharge
duties of the
duties of
office
the
of School Board members of Rochester Public School District 535,
of School
School
Board
Board
members,
members
Board
Rochester
member,
of Rochester Public School
Number
District 535,
535,
according to the law and the best of my understanding.
according to the
according to the
law
law
and the best
and the
of
best
my
of my
understanding.
understanding.
Congratulations.
Board members may not hear it, but now nationwide, there is resounding applause for our 3 newly appointed board members. Congratulations. 1.03, this is the roll call of the 2021 Rochester Public Schools Board. Ms. Severson.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
Here.
Mr. Barlow,
Here.
Dr. Garcia,
Here,
Ms. Marvin,
Here.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Here.
Ms. Nathan,
Here.
and Ms. Workman.
Here.
Thank you.
2.01, approval of the agenda. This is an action item. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes. We're going to remove agenda item 3.01, Cradle to Career Update Information, 3.03, Family Engagement Town Hall Meeting Update, 501, Approval of Research Study, Family School Partnerships, 703, Approval of Knudsen Construction as Construction Manager Agent for the district, and 707, naming the new elementary school, have been removed from the agenda.
Thank you. Wait, we've got a couple more. Ms. McLaughlin.
Chair Marvin, I would make a motion to amend the agenda. I know that we have a very busy schedule tonight, but I also don't want to lose track of this issue. I would make a motion to amend a prior decision by the board on November 17th related to the bell time study. And I would ask that to be added to the agenda.
Okay, and now that I'm thinking about it, I think we need to move and second this. If it's okay with you, Ms. McLaughlin, let's first have the amended.
Motion to remove item.
A motion to remove items. That was a motion to remove items. Can we first have that motion?
Sorry.
So move to remove the amended items that Mike listed. That's what you wanted, Jean?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say, we can't do it.
Roll
Say
call.
aye. Roll call, Ms. Severson?
Roll call vote on the motion to remove those items. Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then, Ms. McLaughlin, you wanted to add an item to revisit the vote on the bell time proposal.
Correct. I would propose an amendment to the bell time study resolution that was adopted on November 17th.
Okay,
November 17th of 2020.
right. So that has been moved. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of amending the agenda to include, no, you're shaking your head.
Roll call.
Actually, can we have a discussion if you don't mind?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Mr. Barlow.
Well, have some new information came to light that would require us to revisit a decision that was heavily discussed over extensive periods of time. Is there new information that has come to light that we didn't previously have?
Ms. Marvin, would you want me to respond
Oh,
to that?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Director Barlow, what my amendment would do would be very limited in scope and simply change the implementation date to 2021-2022, which is the original resolution that was considered by the board. I believe, to answer your question about additional information, it has come in the form of community feedback about waiting until 2022-23 to implement this change, particularly in the positive steps that have come out of the pandemic and the later start time for the secondary students this current academic year.
Thank you. And I think at this point, what we're going to vote on is whether or not it should be on the agenda. And then we can have that discussion later. So thank you for that. It's been moved and seconded to add this item to the agenda. It would be 7.10 on today's agenda. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Roll call vote.
I had hoped to be able to participate in a discussion as well. Acting Chair Marvin, I had my hand up, so I was hoping to say something before the vote. We're still
Okay,
discussing.
but this would just be about the vote to add it to the agenda, not whether we're going to approve it or not. Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think it's important when we have new school board members who would like something added to the agenda to be able to hear their thoughts regardless of whether we intend to revisit it. I think they have the right to that. So I just wanted to submit that for my colleagues' consideration.
Thank you. All right. Any other discussion about adding this to the agenda? Then we'll have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Severson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't get who seconded that motion, please.
Dr. Garcia.
Dr. Garcia, thank you very much. Roll call vote. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
And Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can we have a motion to accept the rest of the agenda as it has been amended?
I'll move. Second.
Second.
Catherine first.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the amended agenda. Ms. Severson?
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
2.02, reorganization of the school board. This is an action item. At the first meeting of each calendar year, the school board elects officers. A chair, secretary, and treasurer are mandated, and this board, like many boards, has also set in policy that it elects a vice chair. Nominations for these offices may be made by anyone on the board and do not require a second. The majority of the quorum present, in this case it's 4 votes, is needed to elect an officer, and any abstention will be counted with the majority. This is according to policy 202. At this time, I will take nominations for the position of board chair. Ms.
I
Amundson.
I nominate Julie Workman.
Thank you. Are there further nominations?
I nominate Jane Marvin.
Thank you. Are there further nominations? Further nominations? Hearing none, Nominations are closed, and we will proceed to the election of the school board chair for 2021. First candidate to receive a majority vote of the quorum serves as the chair position for 1 year. Ms. Severson is going to do a roll call vote. When she calls your name, will you give the name of the person you are voting for and then say aye? So we'll just do this once. The name of the person you're voting for, and then aye.
Ms. Amundson,
Julie Workman, aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Gene Marvin, aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Jean Marvin, aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Jean Marvin, aye.
Ms. McLaughlin, Ms.
You're muted.
McLaughlin,
Sorry.
thank you.
Julie Workman, aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Jean Marvin, aye.
Ms. Workman,
Julie Workman, aye.
thank you.
Ms. Severson, I wasn't keeping track, honestly.
Thank you. We have 1, 2, 3 ayes for Julie. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 for Jean Marvin.
Thank you. Okay, a majority of ayes are for Jean Marvin, who will who will serve as the Rochester Public School Board Chair until the first school board meeting in January 2022. Thank you. Next, I will take nominations from the board for Vice Chair. Ms. McLaughlin,
I nominate Kathy Nathan.
Ms. Amundson,
I was going to nominate Kathy as well.
Kathy, consider yourself really nominated. Mr. Barlow,
Oh, I was unaware I had my hand up. I'm sorry.
oh, okay. Kathy Nathan has been nominated as Vice Chair. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. And by acclamation, Ms. Nathan, you are the new Vice Chair. Congratulations.
Let me do the roll call vote, please, for Vice Chair.
I think if there's only one nominee, acclamation works.
Thank you.
You know what? Would you all feel better if we did a roll call vote? Let's do it. No? Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ms. Nathan, I think you just officially won twice. So congratulations and congratulations. I will now accept nominations for the board clerk. Open for nominations for the board. Oh, Ms. Nathan.
I would like to nominate Ms. Amundson.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, Dr. Garcia.
I was also going to nominate Director Amundson.
Okay. Any other nominations for board clerk? Any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed, and both by acclamation and by what we have now decided is going to be roll call vote, we will vote to elect Melissa Amundson as board clerk. Ms. Severson.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
I'm tempted to vote nay because, no, I'm just kidding. Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Jean, I think you're muted.
Jean,
Sorry. I
you're
am.
muted.
I was. Thank you. Ms. Amundson is the new board clerk. Again, these officers serve for 1 year until the first meeting in January of next year. Last, I will open nominations for treasurer. Are there any nominations for board treasurer? Ms. Nathan.
I nominate Director Workman.
Director Workman has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Any other nominations for treasurer? Hearing none. By acclamation, Ms. Workman, congratulations, you are the new treasurer, and we will have the roll call vote. Ms. Severson.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
and Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 elects Jean Marvin as its chair for a term of 1 year, effective at the end of the meeting on January 5th, 2021. And be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 elect Kathy Nathan as its vice chair for a term of 1 year, effective at the end of the meeting on January 5th, 2021. And be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 elect Melissa Amundson as its clerk for a term of 1 year, effective at the end of the meeting on January 5th, 2021. And be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 elects Julie Workman as its treasurer for a term of 1 year, effective at the end of the meeting on January 5th, 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Severson, would you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
We are moving to 2.03, Policy 209, Code of Ethics Annual Review. This policy is reviewed annually by the school board members in order to better understand the responsibilities of their roles as part of the school board, and in recognizing the contributions that each board member has to develop an effective and responsible school board. It's a very important policy. It is available to the public on board docs. And at this time, it's fairly lengthy too, which is, I think, also important. It has a lot to say. At this point, are there any of you in the room that have a particular line of the policy that you are particularly moved by, or that you'd like to say briefly, say something about why that particular aspect is important to you? Ms. Workman.
I was looking for my hand on the screen and I couldn't find it. Yes.
Your real hand
actually,
works too.
Yes, really, real handwork. My handiwork. Okay, hang on a second. This is 203. It was numbers there are three, but they're actually very closely related. Now I have to look at it on board docs. I apologize. I thought I had it in my note. Okay, so it was under general statement of policy A, numbers 2, 3, and 4. I think especially in these times, it's really important that we be as well prepared as we possibly can. Certainly the last few months, we've gotten lots of information from lots of different sources, and I know many of us have also done our own research on certain issues. Listening to the opinions and the views of others, I think is really important. I have had people ask me how I'm going to vote, and my response usually is something like, you'll know when we take the vote at the vote table. And I'm not trying to be, not transparent about that. But because of this point, listen to the opinions and views of others. That includes anything that comes up in our discussion before we take the vote. And then finally, vote my conscience after informed discussion. We know it's really hard to please everybody all the time. So that's really what it comes down to. So those three really have resonated with me this last year.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Any others? Ms. Nathan.
So looking at item F, in fulfilling my legal obligations as a school board member to comply with all district policies as adopted by the school board, I think my time on the policy committee has really helped me to understand the interplay between why we have items on our agenda and the source of the reasons why we have to deliberate and vote is that it comes from the policies that we have that perhaps the public doesn't see very often. They're available on board docs, but they make up, at least in my case, 2 very large 3-inch 3-ring binders. And each of the policies deals with a specific operational piece of the district and what is required for implementation and monitoring. And that has really helped me to understand both the information I need to make decisions at the table and also how all the pieces of the district's interplay. And I hope to bring more of that sort of knowledge and understanding to our conversations that we have with the public so we can help the public to understand that more.
Thank you, Ms. Nathan. Anyone else? I would just like to add one. Under section A of the policy, it says recognize the need to represent all children and all parents and guardians and all community members. And it's one of the most important things and one of the most difficult things to do, I think, as a school board member, because we have an incredibly diverse set of families and opinions and needs, and it is easy to listen to the voices that are loudest or most emotional or most fervent. We need to listen to all voices and at the end of the day do what we feel is best for this district. We can't just do what's best for our children, our grandchildren. We really are community representatives, and it is an awesome and sometimes an awful responsibility, but it is also our honor to be serving our public and to do what we can do for our school district. So thank you. If there is not anyone else who wants to share something right now, I think we will move on. Thank you for your input. Now we are at 3.02, COVID update, a local situation and vaccine planning. This is an information item. Mr. Munoz.
Yes, we're very fortunate tonight to have Graham Briggs, Director of Olmsted County Public Health, join us tonight. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Graham.
Well, thank you, Superintendent. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. And hopefully everybody can see the slides I brought with tonight virtually. Since I can't...
They're showing up well.
That's always the toughest part. So I did do an update with the county board this morning. So I brought most of that presentation over here just to give this group and those that are watching an update on where we're at with COVID-19 and the pandemic specific to Olmsted County. So one thing that I generally start out these updates with is just to give us a bearing where we're at as far as our numbers go. So this is as of yesterday, but we're just over 9,600 cases now with today's numbers, which represents about 6% of the Olmsted County population now has tested and been confirmed positive as having COVID. So we know that there's others out there that didn't have any symptoms or were mildly sick and didn't get tested. So there's more people that have had it, but we know of at least 6% of the population that have had it. We've got about 550 people right now in the community that we think are infectious, that have been recently infected and potentially could be passing the virus to others in the community right now. And we've got 35 people, unfortunately, that are admitted to the hospital, with 7 of those in the ICU today. Over the last month, we've unfortunately had to count quite a few deaths, and we're up to 64 deaths that have occurred in Olmsted County residents specifically. And one thing that we do in public health is rather than just looking at a number, we want to look at what we call a rate, so we can compare apples to apples, whether that's us looking at Hennepin County or Clark County, Nevada, or LA County, or wherever else. We can divide our numbers by population, and that will give us a rate. So our 64 deaths equates to 40 out of every 100,000 residents in Olmsted County have died due to COVID infection. So below that, I put the state numbers in just for some reference too. We're over 420,000 cases now in the state of Minnesota. That's about 7.5% of the state's population, and over 5,400 deaths now, which is 97 per 100,000. So this is where that rate comes in handy. We can see how Olmsted County relates to the state overall as far as the amount of death that we've seen per capita. Just to give some context for the national situation, I'm guessing most people are fairly familiar with what's going on across the country right now, but December has been a particularly difficult month, I think, both for Olmsted County and for the nation as a whole. Right now, we're averaging about 200,000 cases a day that are being counted across the country, and about 2,600 deaths on average are being logged every day right now. So we have had a number of days recently with over 4,000 deaths. And so this is, so far during this pandemic, been the most costly month, I think, as far as hospitalizations and deaths go. So I don't need to go over all the numbers I've got on the left there, but just for some context, if you want to look at the United States overall at a 110 deaths per 100,000 means a little bit over 1 out of every 1,000 American citizens or residents have now died due to COVID-19. And you can look at some of the states around us as far as what their rates of death are in comparison to Minnesota, who we ranked 29th overall in the number of per capita deaths in the nation. You can see North Dakota there at the bottom is number 6th in the nation with 172 deaths per 100,000 residents, which is quite a bit higher than we've seen here, and really difficult price I think North Dakota in particular and South Dakota have had to pay related to the pandemic. So looking more specifically at Minnesota, the Midwest really was driving transmission here, I think, over the last 6 weeks or so back into the beginning of November. Minnesota was a little bit late to this, but we also did see a significant wave of transmission go through the state. So you can see there, this is what we call an epidemiological curve, where we've got the months of the year across the bottom there, and then the number of cases going vertically. So that large spike that we see in November and December represents the large wave that we saw pass through the state. One thing I think people that are familiar with COVID-19 and that are watching this stuff is that after the cases come, the hospitalizations come next, and Minnesota saw that as well. Just like our epi curve, though, for our case data, it does look like we've reached a peak and are now headed back down as far as the overall number of people that are hospitalized in the state goes, which is good news. We've also seen our deaths start to decrease too. We did get to a point where we were seeing about 60 deaths a day in Minnesota. That when you do the math on it, we were up to a point where we were seeing a death in Minnesota about every 20 minutes associated with COVID-19. That number's starting to go down too. Which is all good news. I think the disclaimer that I'd put on this, though, is that when we're looking at the percentage of people that have had this at the state level, if it's 7.5% that we know about, and another certain percentage that have had it, we still have regardless of how you estimate it, we've still got a very significant piece of the population that has not been exposed yet. And so we're still at risk of seeing further transmission or reemergence of cases here, even though our case numbers are going down right now. So good news, but we still need to be careful here, knowing that we've got more people that could get sick and get hospitalized, and some of those will die, unfortunately. So this is looking specifically at Olmsted County now. This is our epi curve since the beginning of the pandemic. And you can see, just like the state of Minnesota, we had a rapid increase in transmission in the beginning of November, which appears to have peaked around the middle of November, and overall we've been headed back down as far as our amount of local transmission that we're identifying goes. You'll see just over the last week or so here, that orange line is a rolling 7-day average. So we're always looking back a week to see what's the average number of cases that we're getting a day. And we have seen a little uptick here over the last week or so. Well, we didn't see a large spike occur after Thanksgiving, which is great news. It looks like people stayed home and limited gatherings. We are seeing with Christmas already about 30 cases that we know of that were at Christmas events or gatherings while they were infectious, and another 50 people or so that we believe are likely caught COVID-19 at a family or other small gathering of people during Christmas. And it's still a little bit early, though, for us to know what exactly happened on New Year's. So while that number is going back up, I'm hoping that is something that will trend back down here as we move further away from the holidays. But every time we see an increase in transmission, it just makes it more possible to see additional exponential spread in the community once this virus gets moving around in the population. So looking at hospitalizations, like we did at the state level, we can see, looking at Olmsted County, while our cases have been going down, it does look like our hospitalizations are starting to peak as well, and maybe even starting to head south a little bit here. So we look at this a couple of different ways. The chart that I've got here to start is looking at the admissions to the hospital. So people that get sick enough to go in and they actually get admitted. We can see by the day or by the week how many people are actually getting admitted. So we saw a peak there in November too, with about 35 people getting admitted during a given week, and hopefully are starting to see that going down now. Another way that we can look at this is with a census of bed usage. And so this is something that health departments are looking at all over the country at a local level. So we can see as our admits have gone down, the number of people that are currently hospitalized and using up a bed with an Olmsted resident is what we're looking at on this chart on the lower right. So again, the orange is a 7-day rolling average. The blue bars are on any given day how many people are actually admitted to the hospital and using a bed. So we can see at our peak near the middle to end of November there, we had a point where we had over 50 people that were currently hospitalized with COVID. And that's trended down pretty significantly now over the last couple of weeks, down to under 30 people generally that are admitted in any given day and hospitalized due to infection. Now, unfortunately, the deaths are the final lagging indicator, and while we had very few deaths as we went through the summer. We are seeing the final outcomes here associated with a large spike in transmission. I can add here that our numbers of our cases and hospitalizations are much smaller than a lot of other places around the country. LA County, for example, right now is really getting hit hard. And so while we've had 26 deaths counted in December, and that is 26 too many, and these are all situations where if people were avoiding contact with others, we can prevent these deaths even without a vaccine. We are seeing in some other places, even in Minnesota and other counties, an order of magnitude more deaths per capita, or 10 times as many deaths per capita as we're seeing here. So we've certainly suffered as a community. I think there's a lot of families that are going through a difficult phase here, having lost a loved one. But at the same time, to this point, considering the pandemic and the damage that it's caused across this country and the world, we haven't felt it as much as a lot of other places around the country, and even within the Midwest and within Minnesota. I think the most important thing right now, after going through our cases and our hospitalizations and our deaths, is that light at the end of the tunnel is here now. And for the first time today with our county board, I was able to actually give or provide some real data on what is happening with vaccinations, not just talking about vaccine being on the way. So this is a map that I took out of the New York Times that's just looking state by state at how many doses of vaccine have been given per capita again. So you can see the chart only goes up to 2%. So we're just at the very, very beginning of this, but we can see now across the United States that states are beginning to push vaccine into people's arms, and we're starting this process. But while I think there's a lot of excitement, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. This is something that is huge, I think, for those of us in the field of public health. This is our pathway out of this pandemic. It is going to take months to provide vaccine to everybody who's interested in it, and across the country, and for that matter, in Olmsted County. So each state is going off of federal guidelines and then tailoring those federal guidelines to fit their population. So Minnesota, just like other states, has developed a plan on how we can vaccinate the residents of this state. And so they've determined in this group 1A, what we're calling, is what we're focusing our vaccination efforts on in the state right now. So these are frontline healthcare workers. In other words, people working in emergency departments or ICUs, actually caring for COVID patients and have a high amount of risk as far as exposure goes related to their job in direct care with COVID patients. The other population that we're targeting in Group 1A is long-term care residents and staff. While healthcare workers have a very high risk of exposure, long-term care residents have a very high risk associated with severe disease and death and serious outcomes associated with infection. So what Minnesota is saying here is we want to try to target the people who are at most risk for exposure and most risk for severe disease and get them vaccinated as quickly as possible. And so Minnesota, the State Department of Health just released a press release today saying that we now have enough vaccine in Minnesota to take care of those very top of this group, which is these frontline healthcare workers and skilled nursing facilities and some of the higher risk long-term care settings. It's still going to take us, depending on how vaccination rolls out and how many doses are available, probably through January to get the rest of this Group 1A access to vaccine. And that's why I put the question marks in here, is because our forecasting for vaccine really, it goes out a week or two at most right now. We have an expectation for doses of vaccine coming a week from now. But this has been changing, at some points multiple times a day on how many doses we're going to be getting, not just in the state, but at the county level, and what brand or what type of vaccine, we're going to be getting, which makes it more or less difficult to vaccinate certain populations. And so there's a lot of details going on how we can make vaccine available for these high-risk groups. But I wanted to put my best guess in there just so that the board, our commissioners, in this case for the school board and those people watching, as long as we have the disclaimer on here that this is a guess, and it is a guess at best. This is, if I were to try to put a date range on when vaccine might become available for these groups, this is my best guess if things go well. So Group 1B is when we get into the essential worker population, and we look at all residents over 75 years of age. For this particular presentation in this audience, it looks like education professionals are likely near the top of this 1B group, both on federal recommendations, and while Minnesota is still working on our state recommendations, I think it's likely that those working in the education field will be somewhere near the top of that 1B group, which also consists of firefighters and law enforcement and some of those other people that need to do their jobs. They can't telework or work from home, and need to be putting themselves in situations where they could potentially be exposed. And so that's Group 1B. At 1C, we get into a wider general population with those over 65 years or older, or other younger people that may have chronic health conditions, and some of those other at-risk groups. And then as we move into Group 2, we'll be looking at more mass vaccination, or providing vaccination for the general public through some means, I think, as we're working through the details on how to make that available for everyone. So again, just a guess here, but it's quite possible, and if vaccine production does continue to ramp up and we see additional vaccines get FDA emergency use authorization, vaccine really could be available for anybody that wants it at some time in the late spring, maybe early summer. So it is months away, but this isn't an on and off switch. This is something that right now Olmsted County is in this phase where we're protecting a small piece of the population that won't necessarily impact transmission, but it's going to start impacting the outcomes that we're seeing with cases. And as we move through these groups, we will start impacting the ability of this virus to move through the community and find people to infect. And so if all goes well and this vaccine works as well as it looks like it should, we should start seeing our incidence rate, or the number of cases that we're seeing in the community, go down as we're seeing the percentage of the population that's received vaccine go up. So 1.4% of all Minnesotans now have received at least a first dose of vaccine. That turns into about 80,000 people now across the state have been vaccinated just in the last 3 weeks or so, as vaccines been rolled out to these frontline healthcare workers and in long-term care settings. When we look specifically at Olmsted County, Mayo Clinic, Olmsted Medical Center, and Olmsted County Public Health have all been doing some amount of vaccination. We've done a lot less through the health department than the medical providers have. But all total, we've given about 6,300 doses of vaccine to individuals in this county. So that's about 4% of our population here in Olmsted County. So quite a bit higher than the state overall, but we also have a higher proportion of healthcare workers in this county and in this region. So that explains why we've had a little bit larger amount of vaccine per capita compared to some of the other areas in the state. And we are working in partnership with OMC and Mayo as well to make sure that we're making vaccine available for these different groups. So right now, this first dose is not just being offered to frontline healthcare staff that are working in ICUs, with Mayo being able to vaccinate that group. The health department has been working on vaccinating ambulance crews and emergency medical technicians and other people that are responding to emergency medical situations as well as community vaccinators. Those are people that will be doing vaccine at some point here down the road and getting them vaccinated so that we're prepared for the next step. And there is a federal contract in place too that's working on long-term care residents and staff as well. That's the slides I've got. I wanted to try to leave some time for questions with the group too. So I'd be happy to unshare my screen here and take any questions the board might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Briggs. Board members, superintendent, any questions? Raise either your virtual or your actual hand. Ms. Nathan.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs, for that information. I understand that you're not going to be staying with us until later in the meeting when we go through the plan. And there were some pieces of the plan that talked about COVID case numbers and data. So that's the first questions I'd like to ask. In the presentation we're going to see later, it says that the proportion of the population still at risk at contracting COVID remains high, greater than 90%. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
Okay, so that first slide that I showed, it's about 6.5%, I think, or 6% of the population overall in Olmsted County that we know is tested positive. And so we also know that there's people out there that haven't been tested. So basically our bottom line assessment is at least 6% have been exposed. We can extrapolate a little bit from our numbers, looking at our fatality rate and our hospitalization rate and some other things that allow us to infer what percentage of the cases that we're missing related to some other areas. And our surveillance data is suggesting that we're actually doing a pretty good job in Olmsted County at identifying cases in the community. That doesn't mean we're capturing anywhere near 100% of them. But we may be capturing 40%, maybe even 50%, whereas we think overall in the country we're probably capturing about 20 to 30% of the cases. So it wouldn't be a huge leap to say that we might have 10%, 12, maybe, in some scenario, 15% of the population that's been infected now. But I feel pretty comfortable saying that we have the majority of the population has still been unexposed, and it would make sense to estimate somewhere around 90% is probably pretty realistic. There's one other avenue that we have. We're working with the Mayo Clinic on a serology study in the community. That's another way that you can look at how many people have had infection, as opposed to sticking that swab up your nose to touch your brain. That's one way that we can do testing to see if you actually have the infection right now, not literally touch your brain for those watching, but the serology test is looking at an immune response. So it will tell us more if you've ever been or been exposed in the recent past. And so while we don't have data on that yet, that should help give us a little bit better feel too for what percentage of the population has actually already had this.
Thank you. Ms. Workman. Ms. Workman, do you have a question? We'll come back. Ms. Amundson.
Thank you. Hi, I have tons of questions for you. And I just want to let you know ahead of time that some of them will make it sound like I am expecting you to have a crystal ball, which I know you don't have, but I'm going to ask the questions anyway. So just don't feel bad if you have to say, we can't possibly know that, but I have to at least ask, right?
You go right ahead.
Okay, so my primary concern is the effect of the new variant, especially the one, I mean, there's variants, but the one in the UK, which according to recent news reports, the UK is now shutting down and shutting down their schools again. They're back to lockdown mode, at least in much of the UK. So I would like you to use your crystal ball to tell us, number one, is there any chance that that variant won't reach Olmsted County? And I know you can't answer that, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there any chance that it won't reach Olmsted County? Is there reason to believe that it's going to spread more rapidly than the current virus as we're seeing it, because that's what they're seeing elsewhere? And do you know anything? I know it's really early, but I've heard reports about it being harder on children. Do you know anything from a scientific basis or a reliable source of information other than news media about that, and how you think that will affect Rochester? And then again, another crystal ball, how long until you think it's going to affect Rochester, if you think, you know, it could come here? So do your best little conjuring on, because, you know, double, toil and trouble, look into the future for us, please.
No problem on trying to look into the crystal ball. The one thing I might need help on is just to remember to make sure I cover each of your questions here. So remind me, you know, if I pass over one of these. But there are two main variants right now that we're watching closely in public health. One is the UK strain that you're referring to. There is another strain coming out of South Africa that we're keeping an eye on as well. The concern, I think, over these couple of strains is that it does look like they are more transmissible person to person. And the good news, though, is that it doesn't look like either one of these strains is causing more severe disease or creates a higher chance for people to die. I haven't seen, I've heard the mention about children. I haven't seen any data, though, or anything officially coming through that is saying that children are more susceptible. We may be seeing more transmission child to child as we're starting to see this variant circulate more widely across the world, but I haven't seen anything about it impacting children in a more severe way. So, well, we could say that we don't think that your chance of having severe disease is any higher if you get this infection. What does concern me is the rate of transmission. And so as we're seeing, you know, we all saw as this came into the United States in New York and the East Coast, and then we saw in Houston and El Paso, and right now in LA County, really the biggest concern that we have, I think, with this virus is that it can tax your medical system to the point of breaking. And so we had just a week or so here in Olmsted County at the health department where we saw so many cases coming in that the infrastructure that we had set up to do contact tracing and case investigation was overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with the number of cases. And that's just the public health response, and we saw much less activity than some of the really hard-hit places. Right now in LA County, they're running out of oxygen tanks, you know, for patients and things like that. And this infection, we think, is probably somewhere about 0.5 to 0.7% fatal, which sounds like a very low number, less than 1% of people. However, that's also considering that those people that are infected have access to 21st century medical care. So everybody so far that's been infected in Olmsted County has had the Mayo Clinic and Olmsted Medical Center available to them, and they're getting the best care in the world here. And so our fatality rate, is sitting at that 0.5, 0.7%. When you get into a situation like LA County is right now, where ambulances are not able to respond to people fast enough, we start seeing people dying in their homes. There's triage that's happening in the hospital space. Not to mention, for those people that aren't impacted by COVID that get into a car accident or have heart attacks, they don't have a rapid access to healthcare resources. And so we start seeing that the fatality rate for COVID go up, but we also start seeing the overall rate of deaths go up because people that are having heart attacks and strokes and things like that aren't getting the medical care that they need. And so that's my concern with a new variant virus, is that if it transmits more easily, it's that much more of a risk or threat to put an unmanageable strain onto the both healthcare system. And from my perspective, onto public health systems that can break us too, and makes it impossible for us to go out and try to interrupt transmission in the community effectively. I know you had a couple more there, I think. Was vaccine for variant? Was that, did you want me to mention that too? Okay. What one did I miss?
I mean, go ahead and talk about it because it would be fascinating to hear it. But I have it written down so I can look back. Is there a chance that it won't arrive here in Rochester? That's the ball.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. So Minnesota is a little bit ahead of the curve related to much of the nation. The State Department of Health at the state laboratory has been doing sequencing on COVID samples for months now, and our state lab has not detected this variant in Minnesota, which gives us some confidence that we haven't seen it introduced yet. You know, that was one of my first concerns as we saw these coming out is, you know, how widespread is this? You know, if we're not looking, it might be here. And so states, I know Georgia just today confirmed its first case. And so as some of these states are starting to look, they're finding it. And that is suggesting that it's probably more widespread already in the United States than we realized. And we'll probably continue to see it popping up in states as they start looking for it. Having some confidence that it's not here yet, it at least tells us to this point we don't have to try to catch up to this. We can do sequencing and be looking for this on travel associated cases and things like that, and potentially even on the public health side put a priority and emphasis on cases of variant virus that come into the community to try to stamp that specifically out, which is something that we would try to do if we identified it. I think the chances of it coming to Minnesota and into Rochester without vaccine, if you're just looking at the way that we've gone through this last year, it would probably be inevitable that it would get here eventually. I think it's likely that these variant strains of the virus at least have the potential and possibly could be likely to become the dominant strain that's moving around wherever the virus is passing. Having said that, part of my basis for that is that it's routine as viruses evolve, since they all do, and they evolve fairly rapidly. They often, as they're moving into a new species, become more transmissible and less fatal. You know, if you're, not that a virus thinks a whole lot independently, but the way that they work is there is an evolutionary advantage to being able to pass to more people, and disadvantage to accidentally killing the people that you infect. And so it's not surprising to see these variant viruses pop up. Almost would be expected, really, and something that that the better prepared we are for it before it arrives here, I think the better situation that we're in. Thinking that it's not in Minnesota, I'll kind of finish this off with vaccine is the key to this. We're really in a race then to try to vaccinate the population before we start seeing a variant virus here, or control transmission enough through vaccination so that a variant virus is less likely or unable to really put a strain on the medical system. So that's back to the vaccine question, is one that I've gotten often, is with these variant strains, does the vaccine cover it? And so everything that we're seeing is saying yes, that the proteins that our immune system builds a response to are not changed significantly enough to create an issue with an immune response, or for those that have been infected, getting reinfected with this, or something like that. So, nice thing with coronaviruses here is they don't act like flu viruses. Flu viruses basically change their clothes and put on a new jacket every year, and it looks different to our immune systems, as flu viruses mutate and evolve very quickly. But we're not seeing that with this coronavirus. So vaccine is going to still work as far as we can tell.
Thank you. Ms. Workman.
Yes, thank you. So my understanding is that the viral load is higher with children than it is with adults. Would you anticipate then, okay, I've got Melissa's crystal ball, she just handed it off to me. Would you anticipate then that with the variant that there would be even more of a spread of the virus than we have currently?
Yeah, that's the concern.
I mean, I'm thinking about with the viral, do you anticipate that the viral load would stay about the same with children or with the variant, or would it expand?
I don't know off the top of my head if you'd see a higher viral load. It's theoretically possible that you could see that in children associated with a variant strain, but to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything saying that there is a higher viral load in children. My concern would be, and I think this is kind of where you're going with it, is would children be more transmissible? And that is something that I don't think we really have a good handle on at this point, is whether children could potentially pass variant virus a little bit more effectively. And I think that goes to kind of an underlying issue that I believe most of the board, for those that are new to the board, it's worth mentioning that while we've seen transmission associated with high school sports and in high school settings, particularly among high school age children, we certainly tested the system in the fall across the nation and specifically here in Olmsted County, and did not see transmission in young children in the school setting. We did see transmission, albeit rarely, from young children, elementary school age children, to family members within households in some situations. So we know that children can transmit virus, but Rochester Public Schools and the other districts in Olmsted County we're doing something right in the fact that we didn't see a single case of child to other child or to adult transmission. We did see teachers that got sick and passed that in numerous different settings, from households to daycares to schools. And so we know that adults can transmit effectively to children, and some of those children do get sick, so there's some risk there. But I think there's a valid question there as to whether children may be able to more successfully pass virus back and forth with a variant strain.
Then I guess my next question, if I may follow up, Dr. Marvin, is yes, I had a next question. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, so we don't really have a handle on the long haulers or our kids, you know, like some of our adolescents who have gotten the virus. We really don't know yet what long-term medical complications they may experience. I've been reading some dire predictions about what might happen based on what you've seen maybe, you know, right away that happens to the body when it's, you know, the COVID decides it's going to hang around for a long time. Should this, how much of a concern should this, oh, that's a value judgment, isn't it? If I ask you, how much of a concern should this be to the board when we are considering changing our learning plan?
Well, I think with any new infection or disease, we don't really know what the long-term impacts are until we can go out far enough to really evaluate that. But having said that, you know, crystal ball is something that a lot of scientists are uncomfortable using. You know, I put the dates for the vaccination.
I understand that.
Because I feel like, yeah, I'm a scientist. I can never say 100%, but at the same time, I think it helps for people to get a best guess, you know, with some of this stuff. And so for this long haul syndrome, or for people that may have longer term outcomes with the disease, we know that in adults that a certain percentage of adults are having longer term issues with taste and smell, and some are having multi-system issues that can be severe. We have seen in rare situations children develop a syndrome that's similar to Kawasaki disease, or that is impacting the heart long-term, potentially after infection. And so While we don't know, absolutely at what percentage of children, or for that matter, adults, when we're looking at educational staff, are impacted by this, and if that will last for the rest of their lives, or if this is a transient thing that will go away over time. I think, as you're thinking about decision-making process, and the superintendent is involved with this, it is something to at least be aware of, is that we know in adults that there have been some long-term issues with people, and we know in very rare situations that there have been long-term outcomes that are severe for children, particularly this multisystemic issue and heart damage involvement.
Okay,
Ms.
that was my concern. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nathan.
I thought some other people had their hands up before me. I want to give other people a chance to go first.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nathan. Mr. Barlow.
Thank you. Hey, Graham, how's it going?
Hello, Mr. Barlow. Good to see you again.
You as well. A couple quick questions. We've had, and I definitely appreciate the community response from our children to parents to staff, reaching out to the board, expressing concern, even citing their own research and offering recommendation. So we fully acknowledge that as a board, and I just want to perhaps ask your, as it relates to public health or public health policy, at Rochester County, public health policy based on science and research, or is it based on the executive order of the governor? I don't know if I said that well, but some of the communication we have received, questions made, statements, and belief stated is that this is a political thing versus a scientific response. And so I guess I'm asking, everything I've heard thus far is research driven and based on science, and not necessarily a policy based on, well, the governor said, so that's why we're doing it, devoid of science and or research. And I guess I'm just simply wanting to have that communicated so that we can have a higher level, the community can have a higher level of confidence in the decisions and recommendations that are being made. And I have a follow-up based on your response there.
Yeah, certainly. Hopefully I can try to answer this in a way that makes sense for everyone. I can start with just myself personally, that it just so happens that my background in education is as a microbiologist and epidemiologist in infectious disease before I became a director. And so working on this sort of thing is something that I've devoted my life and my career to. I've worked outbreaks for over 20 years and been involved in this field, since I graduated from the University of Minnesota, what seems like not that long ago, but was a couple decades ago. We don't make political decisions in this field. We make decisions based on risk for the community and the best science that we have as far as how we can limit the burden of disease and illness and pain on the community. And in a given day, when there's not a pandemic, that might be stopping a salmonella outbreak. It might be looking at chronic rates of diabetes in the community, or looking at a variety of different drivers towards health and how health is impacted based on what a community looks like. And so COVID is just a manifestation, I think, of the field of public health, and that science isn't perfect, but we're using the best information that we have. And as that evolution happens, where we gain more and more information, we're using that to make the best recommendations that we can to try to keep the public as safe as we can. Now, the governor, I think, is in a very difficult position. But one thing I do feel confident about with this governor is that he is using science as a part of the decision-making process. I have the comfort as a public health official to talk about just health, and elected officials, including the governor, city council, county commissioners, have a little bit more difficult position where they are really considering economic impact and business owners and things like that as they're making these decisions. And so I always want to add that into my analysis or my view as a public health director and public health official, that I feel confident that that the information that we've got is science-based, and we're making science-based decisions when assessing health and risk of disease for the community. And my role then is, for Superintendent Munoz, for example, to give him the best information I can about the impacts related to health, and trust experts in the business community and in the education field to make the best decisions that they can as experts in their fields as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that.
No, thank you very much, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure those members of our community appreciate that as well. One additional comment, though, as it does relate to public health, and beyond just the consideration of COVID, though that is very important, is the county currently experiencing an uptick in any other health-related areas because of COVID, be it, an uptick in drug or alcohol usage and or mental health calls? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we maybe I'll start with the positive. I just got influenza data today, and we are seeing no influenza in the community, remarkably. I'm guessing probably associated with behavior change with mask use and social distancing. So that's great news that we're not seeing the normal rates of influenza that we would during this time of year. Now, on the other side of the coin, though, we are looking at what sort of impact the virus is having beyond just infecting people and causing people to get sick and in some situations die. We are seeing changes in in mental health issues. We've seen an increase in the community with partners in admissions related to acute mental health issues. We've seen associated with some that are suffering from mental health challenges. I think we're seeing some increase in substance use there too. And so while we don't have as good a handle on that, it's something that we are looking at. And as we're looking, it's still a little bit foggy to us exactly as to what's going on. But I think I'm comfortable saying that some of these other impacts related to loss of stability and finances and other stressors beyond just being infected or having a loved one be infected are taking a toll on the community as well, not just to the businesses, but to the people that are impacted by those businesses.
Okay, thank you, Graham.
Thank you. Ms. Nathan, and then Ms. Amundsen and Ms. Workman.
Thank you. So I think to build on Director Barlow's question, a lot of the communication that we've received from the community use the word conservative. Rochester Public Schools was conservative in not going back to in-person learning with our secondary students at all this year, when case rates previously, according to the governor's guidance, would have allowed us to do so if we have chosen. And with the plan that's being proposed, we're also being more conservative than many of the districts around us, as well as districts in the state that are not taking that first step of hybrid and are going back to in-person learning first. So can you tell us what's different from a public health or a COVID perspective that leads us to propose a more conservative approach than what we're seeing in other districts, even districts in the same county?
Right. I can't comment specifically to exactly what drove Superintendent Munoz to make the decisions, but I can support him on the decisions that he's made. When we're looking at risk with COVID in the educational setting, you don't have to look far at all on the internet these days. You could Google, teacher COVID death, and you will see in states outside of Minnesota, more so. In fact, just Iowa to our south has had a number of teachers die that have potentially been exposed in a school setting. And so there are a number of issues, I think, with COVID and schools that need to really be assessed, when making these sorts of decisions. And the biggest one that comes to my mind that I know I've talked to the cabinet about, and we've talked about extensively in the meetings that we've had, is that while children may be at lower risk for severe disease, the educational professionals, and not just the teachers, but the people working in the lunchrooms and the janitorial staff, there's a fair amount of people in those groups that are at higher risk. And I don't mean 80, people that, I'm in my 40s, and I'm in that decade where you start seeing the hospitalization rates go up. We just saw a 40-year-old die in Olmsted County in the last week or two. And so that risk goes up anytime you bring people together. And so if you've got teachers congregating together or coming into a building in some way, I think there's risk there. And unfortunately, I think other states that have been very aggressive with in-person learning have seen deaths occur in teachers. I'll add in, once you see a lot of transmission, you start seeing some of these rare anomalies. Like we did have a child in Rochester that has been in the local media in the last couple of weeks that had a severe outcome related to COVID infection. And so while that's rare, a small percentage of a large number of people is still significant. And so if you start seeing a lot of transmission, then some of these rare events start popping up, and in some of those situations, even with children, they can be fatal, and we've had deaths in children in this country as well. So while there's not no risk with children, the risk may be lesser, but it is still there anytime you bring people together. And other school districts around the country have demonstrated that there is risk there through transmission and outcomes and deaths. And my biggest concern, with the populations that we're working with is that the adults working in those facilities, if they're required to come back into work, when we've got both a high rate of transmission in the community and a lack of access to vaccine, there's going to be some risk, I think, with that population. And I know a phrase that I've used with the superintendent is that not just with schools, but with a number of different populations that we're working with in the health department and people, groups that we're advising or talking to about this. A pandemic is difficult because a number of us are put in situations where you have a series of bad options and you have to try to choose the least bad option. And that is the difficult position that our governor, our superintendent, and others in this community are having to weigh here is some real risk associated with the benefit or the downside of in-person learning versus a virtual setup or some sort of hybrid model in education specifically. And that's the reality, I think, of the situation, and the amount of pressure that's on superintendents right now is to try to make that best decision out of a number of bad options until we can get to the point that we can vaccinate the populations that are at risk. We're going to continue to have these questions ahead of us.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson.
Follow-up to earlier conversation, and I apologize if you mentioned this during your PowerPoint, but I had audio troubles for just a short time and may have missed it. But one of the concerns is the overwhelming of the healthcare system. And we saw your graphs with the spikes And I understand that saying beds isn't really beds that we're worried about, but staff for the beds. At the worst, how close did we come to that upper limit of really what we think we can reasonably handle? I heard you talk about the overwhelming of the public health, the contact tracing, and but when we're talking beds and or staff in hospitalizations, how close did we come?
We were down to that last 10%, I think, in Minnesota. I think at a state level, we were in the 90-some percent, especially in the metro at one point with our ICU bed usage. And what you're talking about, too, with staffing is particularly acute with ICU beds, since there's special training that goes into having staff that can handle an intensive care patient. And so we didn't break the system in Minnesota, but we pushed it hard at the state level. Here in Olmsted, we have a little bit more capacity. Everybody knows we've got a great medical system here, and we had a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more availability here, and didn't stress the system quite as much. But at the same time, with the Mayo Clinic being here, they also were taking in complicated patients from the region, from Iowa and from Wisconsin and from other facilities that they've got in surrounding states. And so there's a little bit of additional pressure that gets put on a facility like Mayo beyond a typical hospital, just because they end up being a regional hub for some of these severely ill cases. And so that says something too about the overall strain, not just in Rochester, but regionally, including in northern Iowa and western Wisconsin. If they're seeing a lot of disease and a lot of hospitalizations, inevitably some of those are going to probably, likely end up at Rochester Mayo being cared for. I should mention too, you reminded me as well, something I didn't talk about previously, but staffing in schools. When you're talking about some schools being more or less conservative in the decision-making process, that reminded me when you mentioned that just here in Olmsted County, we did have different school districts make different decisions. And I think as a community, we all learned from that. One thing I think that was useful was every week call with all of the superintendents and the health department came together to talk about how different districts were making decisions and utilizing the data that we had down to the zip code level and trying to understand what was happening. And something that we did see in some other districts was having to go virtual, not because there were so many kids sick, but because so many staff were quarantined or were unable to go into work, or whole classrooms, ended up quarantined. So there really wasn't a choice to go virtual in some of those situations. And so that is another factor to consider is once you start seeing not transmission in the school, but when you've got a high amount of cases in the community, inevitably some of those students or teachers or staff are going to have COVID. And once we do a contact investigation and determine that there are other people that have been exposed, we start running into staffing issues as well in the educational environment.
Thank you. Ms. Workman.
Yes, thank you. So one of the things that I hear from people who have contacted me through emails and other means is, why is it that it used to be you had to be 6 feet apart in a classroom and now they're saying 3 feet, and socially distance if you can, wearing masks is obligatory, but what was it based on to shrink that distance from 6 feet to 3 feet?
I think that's an example of we're seeing what science really is in action. And so,
right.
As a scientist, I think the training that we get is to understand that nothing is 100%. And as we gather information, we can make more informed and better decisions. I think we saw that early on in this country where all the years that we planned for pandemics to happen, and everything that we went through to prepare for something like this, we talked a whole lot about using N95 masks to protect ourselves, which is something back when I was an epidemiologist and working on cases, when I would go into a person with tuberculosis or go into a home where we knew that there's people infectious with tuberculosis, I would use an N95 mask, or same thing with hantavirus cases and things like that. But that was to protect myself, and all of our training went into how to protect ourselves. It took us a couple of months in the beginning of this pandemic when we realized we ran out of those sorts of masks, that the masks that we usually put on our TB cases to keep them from coughing onto other people, that's something that we used to do to try to protect others from those cases. And so you saw this big shift, I think, nationally in recommendations for mask use, because as the science grew, we could see that with this virus, just like with TB and some other infections, that you could protect others by wearing a mask. And so we had to pivot because of that. But that is a sign that science is working, and it's there, that as we gain better information, we can make better recommendations. And so now, being a year into this and seeing schools open up all over the country, and seeing where transmission is happening and where it isn't, we can start to narrow down recommendations like the distance between children, or I know with the governor's recommendations, there's some requirements for schools to open back up for personal protective equipment for teachers, and we've seen out in public for facilities that need to do in-person service, that they're putting plexiglass up, and things like that. And so we're evolving as the science evolves with us. And to me, if I ever hear somebody say, well, I know absolutely this is it, I worry about that statement, because my training tells me we have hopefully a good feeling that is always getting better as our information grows about a situation. And I would expect then that the recommendations, or that we're putting out there, are evolving over time as we're getting better and better at understanding how this is working.
I think what's difficult is there are a number of people who think that it's static and nothing changes. And so when you combine that with a lot of emotion, it's really hard to explain to people, well, science says, or this is what science has learned in, why we are shortening that distance from 6 feet to 3 feet. I guess I'm just glad that so far it seems like other school districts have been more guinea pigs than we have, because we have had such a conservative approach. Would you say that has helped us keep down our level of transmission and infection?
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen outbreaks and transmission occur in high school sports, and in different populations, that bringing people together is going to increase that risk. And so one of the reasons that our number of per capita deaths related to COVID, that first slide that I put up, the deaths are the most impactful, obviously. We have had half the deaths per capita as the state of Minnesota, and the state of Minnesota is doing better than most states. And part of that is because of the decisions that are being made with our residents, with the access to care that we've got through our medical facilities, through the educational decisions that are being made. All of these things are adding up to putting our community at lesser risk. And so that is something that right within this county, we have seen cases transmitted, in high school athletics and things like that. And so the less risk we have for that sort of thing means the less risk we've got that cheerleader doesn't give this to their aunt or uncle or parent or grandparent, and put potentially a person, who has a 20% chance of being hospitalized, at risk. And so this is a very different disease in people that are at high risk with very high rates of hospitalization and death.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin.
Mr. Briggs, I know that you can't stay with us for the whole evening, so I just want to take a chance and touch on your expertise just in case you're a part of this topic. It appears that one of the things in the plan that we're looking at tonight, the revised learning model, addresses the saliva testing. Is that something that goes through your department, or is that strictly with the district?
So this is saliva testing is something that the State Department of Health and the governor actually set up a contract with a company that is using an FDA-approved method for, instead of testing through that nasal swab, you can put some saliva into a tube, and it's set up now so that you can actually mail that off and get results back in a day or two. And so we don't do that through the local health department. We would get the results of positive tests and potentially initiate a contact investigation and try to ensure that we're not seeing ongoing transmission around those cases. But really the goal of testing like that is what we call surveillance testing. So you've got diagnostic testing where if you're sick or you've been exposed, you go get tested because of that reason. We can say yes or no, you've got the virus. Surveillance testing is a little bit different in that we could say, let's take every teacher once a week and test them, because we know that there's a percentage of people out there that have no symptoms at all but still can transmit this virus. And so by using something like surveillance testing, you can increase your chances of finding those people that may put others at risk and find them quickly before they put the rest of the staff at risk. And so so that is the reasoning behind why you'd want to do something like routine saliva surveillance testing in a certain population, if they're going to be in person together. It's not 100%. That test is good, but it's only good for when you put that saliva in that tube. The next day, you could potentially be infectious. So, even later that same day, you could potentially be infectious. And so, while it's not perfect, it does allow us to look a little bit more closely at what risk looks like and potentially ensure that we're removing risk from the environment if we find it.
And I guess part of my question relates to then as well, because I saw some late notice of the testing available here, is the issue of funding and accessibility to our teachers and staff. That doesn't go through your department then?
No, this is still set up with the state. I am under the impression, and I'd have to have somebody from the school district answer this for sure, but I am under the impression that the state is offering testing to people for free. I know I've referred people to the Minnesota Department of Health has a web page. Anyone in the state can go and sign up and get a test mailed to them for free and get results that way. So I believe that's the same system. I did see Superintendent Munoz just turned on his camera here too. So I'm not sure if you know details on the cost associated with it, Mike.
And
Yeah,
I appreciate your input on that. Thank you.
Yeah, we were going to talk about this later, but we can, Jen, I'm going to have you jump in and talk more about it, but it is through the state. And we have a specific testing day that we have to provide the test to staff. They're not required to take the test. And then we will collect all the tests and use UPS to ship them to the company that will analyze the specimen there. Jen, do you want to, I know we're going to talk about this later, but are you on so you can talk more about that right now?
I'm on. This is
Okay.
Leah, and I can talk about this. So as Graham's talked about, this is a surveillance test that the state has asked schools to put into place. So this came out right before winter break. And so we had a short timeline to do some brainstorming on how this might look in our buildings. And then the last 2 days, we've really worked hard at each of our sites. So I just want to share with you a little bit of the scope of what this looks like and what we're being asked to do. So the state has given us, they've assigned a day for us. So Wednesdays will be our assigned testing day for staff. And this is for staff who are working in buildings where students are present. So we're looking at a hybrid or an in-person learning model, or any staff that are providing in-person supports. As Graham mentioned, we're also looking at people like nutrition services, maintenance, transportation, our child care workers are all included in this testing as well. We actually have 30 testing sites. So we worked very rapidly over the last couple of days with our building COVID coordinators, which consist of our building admin and our licensed school nurses, and they've done some great work to make sure that we have a process. We have a procedural guideline in place for how this will be implemented. We are waiting on our test kits. So MDE does provide the test kits. It is of no cost for the kits or for the processing of the lab. And so we will have staff walk through with our testing supervisors. So each site of those 30 sites will have 3 to 4 staff working in those testing sites to direct traffic, looking at mitigation, making sure that we're social distancing, wearing our masks. We have the appropriate PPE lined up. They will have the test kits available to us at the sites, and we will walk through that registration process with our staff on site, and then we will get those all packaged up, shipped out, and we are working with our district trucking actually, who will then take those off to UPS, and those will be shipped out. So the state has put a schedule in place. It's a 2-week schedule where districts are given the date. A Southeast region actually is given the day of Wednesdays every 2 weeks, and that is more for lab processing. So they have a lab that's in Oakdale through Vault Health, which is the company that they have contracted with, as Graham mentioned. They're doing across the state at-home testing as well. It's the same company with the saliva test. And so that is kind of the process that we have in place. We had been all set up and ready to go for tomorrow, but unfortunately we did not receive our test kits from the state today in time to do that. So our first date that we will be set to do this will be January 20th. And we do ask each of our sites to have a site plan. So they're going to communicate out to their staff members when those testing sessions will be available in their building. And if they are unable to make it during those testing sessions, we do have a centralized location, which will be housed at Edison, that will be staffed for the full workday for individuals to come and take that test on those testing days, Wednesdays, every other week.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson.
I was just going to pop in and say, on the testing, we believe that the state of Minnesota is covering these for our employees when they do the saliva test. We have seen, as the administrator of the self-insured health plan, we've seen quite a variation in prices of testing. So we've seen locally as low as $99, but some of these other ones around $370. So again, we're very thankful that the state is going to step in and pay for the saliva testing.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson.
Well, I have questions, but first I wanted to say how impressed I am with how quickly all of that testing stuff is being pulled together. That seems like a major job, and kudos to everybody involved with that. I've got a couple of questions left. I'm trying to decide which one's more important in case we run out of time. I heard you say that 0.5 to 0.7% of people infected are fatal cases, but that's heavily weighted to the elderly, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And what percentage do models say what percentage of the overall population, not any age groups, might be infected before the vaccination takes hold? I heard you say, maybe 10% in that, somewhere 10 to 15% so far, because we're not catching all the cases with our positive tests. But where do you think we might end on that?
If we didn't have a vaccine and we had to do this the old-fashioned way, we don't know for sure based on transmission dynamics, but we think somewhere between 70 to 90% of the population would have to get this and build immunity before we would see the pandemic end. Now, these new variants that are popping up change that equation too, and we might be closer to the 90%, if we didn't have vaccine. You can extrapolate the pain that we've had to feel as a community here with 64 deaths and 10, maybe 15% being being exposed to this point, what we'd have to go through to get up to that point with herd immunity.
But it's kind of like that math problem that nobody likes, which is, you know, a train leaves New York at 30 miles per hour versus the train that leaves LA at 100 miles an hour. Where are they going to meet, right? So do we have, crystal ball again, do we have speculation where the immunity question is, at what weight is people who acquired natural immunity, which of course doesn't last forever, versus the vaccination immunity? I mean, where do we expect that to stop before we start having people immune from vaccination, not from acquiring the virus?
Well, we aren't sure about long-term immunity for people that have been naturally infected. They may be immune for life, or they may be much less likely to develop severe disease. You know, coronaviruses, the ones that we're familiar with, cause common colds, but people get colds, you know, once every few years. And so it's possible that this virus sticks around with us for the foreseeable future, and as we build immunity to it, it becomes a common cold rather than something that ends up with you in an ICU on a ventilator. And so that immune question is still, you know, something that we need to look at longer term. But I think what you're asking is when do you see the natural infection and the immunity induced with vaccines start adding up to impact transmission and start driving it down? If that's the question you're going for, it, if we've got, say, 10%, just for argument's sake, of the population is currently immune from natural infection, we've got about 4% that have received a dose of vaccine now. There's a bit of calculus almost in here too. If I try to remember back to high school and my days in differential calculus, which is a long time ago, but we're also looking at, right now, we're vaccinating the people that are at the highest risk for severe outcomes. And so if we remove those from the equation, you know, we start moving not just with the trains heading together, but the speed on those trains is changing too, as we're eliminating groups that are at higher risk for exposure, transmission, or severe outcomes. And so my hope here is that as Minnesota and we here in Olmsted get through this 1A group, the biggest risk that we have is once this virus finds its way into long-term care facilities, it is extremely difficult to remove and to interrupt transmission. And in some situations, it is extremely fatal in those populations. We've seen 50% fatality rates in some of the situations that we've responded to in those facilities. And so getting that group protected is huge. Now, having said that, you know, in December, we did see long-term care deaths, but we also saw deaths in the community involving, like I mentioned, a 40-year-old. And so while they're more rare in the younger population, people do die. We've got people in the hospital right now, you know, that are young, healthy people in a given day. And so we also saw deaths in community members, you know, in December. So there's still risk there, but we start eliminating the risk for severe disease and for death every time we vaccinate a person that's at high risk. So if I had to put a guess on it, because I want to try to give a number or the best guess I can, as long as we all understand it's a guess, and hopefully the guesses get better as we gain information. But you know, by the time we get into the middle of February, end of February, and we're starting to get into that general population that's 75 and older, and start protecting that group of people, I would guess that the transmission will be impacted to a small degree, but the severe outcomes, particularly the deaths, hopefully will really start evaporating away once we start getting those really high-risk populations fully covered. Now, hopefully that kind of answers the question. I'm still not sure exactly if that's what you were asking for.
Well, you know, if it were as simple as the trains meeting calculation, we might have been able to do that. But when you mentioned that at some point they're going to change speeds, I think that's probably beyond all of our math capacities. So.
Well, that's right. Back on calculus and stuff, and that involves a different way of thinking about some of this to a certain degree.
I see 3 more hands up. I have a quick question first, and I hope there's a quick answer. When the pandemic started, the narrative was that little children are super spreaders and that they were dangerous because they were going to spread it very, very efficiently. Then the story was, well, you know what? They're not. They're really not very contagious. They're not spreading it much. Now, recently, the narrative in some places at least has changed a little bit that, yeah, they are kind of more contagious and more likely to spread. Do we have an absolute answer to that about how efficient are little kids?
I think that's a good question. I think that's another thing that's been evolving over time. I think what you're referencing in the beginning, for those of us that have worked in infectious disease, and for that matter, in the school environment, children, especially young children, are normally excellent vectors for infectious disease. They spread norovirus and influenza and Giardia and all kinds of stuff extremely well, especially very young kids. And respiratory viruses are in particular something that we see schools amplify transmission and kids bring that home to their parents. That's why I've got 2 younger children, and as soon as my kids started going to preschool, it seems like I was sick about every other week there for a year or so. We were surprised to see that we weren't seeing transmission or really the same impact with children as this virus emerged. And I think we're still figuring some of this out. And while I don't think we necessarily know the mechanism, we've seen enough now. Just my team here in Olmsted County, we've had a whole bunch of young elementary age children that have gotten sick, and but have not transmitted to family members, when normally in a family, if a 25, 35-year-old gets this, their entire family gets it. That's the routine. We're seeing very high attack rates in homes once it gets into a home. But we haven't seen that with children, although we have seen a little bit of transmission. So it's surprising to us that we haven't seen that. But then it's also kind of counterintuitive that we've seen higher viral loads when you take specimens out of children, like was referenced a little bit earlier. That would suggest that children should be more infectious. And so there's some dynamic going on there that is suggesting that children are less infectious, but they can infect people, if given the right circumstances. This new variant now adds a whole new wrinkle to this calculus, in that, maybe this new variant has figured out how to transmit more effectively, with children, and we don't have enough of a sample yet to really understand that. I myself, just personally, I was concerned as we went through the summer, and after we shut everything down in the spring, most young kids were shut in at home. A lot of high school kids had a car, they had a job, they went out and did things, but I've got a first grader. We've got a lot more control over her than we would a 17-year-old. And so she wasn't going out seeing people. I was concerned that once we put all those first graders back together, we'd realize, oh yeah, they can transmit. We just didn't see it because they were all isolated in their homes. But we didn't see that. And that was if I could say, a pleasant surprise as we started bringing kids back into school in the fall. We didn't see transmission child to child, but that doesn't eliminate the concern that I have for the adults in those environments, that we have seen teachers and people that are working in food service and things like that associated with schools get this. And in those populations, there is much higher risk, I think, depending on the individual, for severe disease and outcomes associated with that. But the information about children has certainly evolved, and at times, frankly, surprised us as to what we're seeing in the data is not what we would have expected to see.
Thank you. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, I'm wondering if you can go back to maybe talking about some recommendations related to mental health. One of the things that I've heard most often from not just parents, but teachers as well, is not only the mental health strain on the students themselves, but also parents and educators. They're contending with quite a bit. And so I suppose what I'm wondering is, if we're going to continue in distance learning or hybrid models for those who would like to obviously be in person, or our learning model is going to kind of flip back and forth depending on the numbers, what can we do as a district to help with that? And I mean it in a larger sense than just saying, seek out your own therapy, having somebody do something individually. And I ask this question as a psychologist, so I can certainly work with an individual on their mental health preferences and needs. I'm feeling like perhaps we need to be doing something more district-wide, as this is clearly going to impact everyone's mental health in the district, no matter what learning model we choose.
I think one thing that we're learning about a pandemic is that a strain on mental health is inherent for everyone, some to a higher degree than others. That the teaching profession, I think, I can't speak for those that have decided on a career in education, but the amount of strain on teachers trying to do hybrid models or do virtual learning, and the strain on kids, associated with virtual learning is real. And I probably am not the best person to comment on what we can do to fix that. I can recognize that keeping children safe from being exposed to a virus is not the be-all end-all to health for children or for teachers. That's, I think, where these difficult, often series of bad options come into play with, what is the right balance as far as trying to keep our children and our people working in the school environment safe, and not expose them to risk that we don't need to expose them to, but at the same time, understanding that there is a strain on the teachers and the staff and the parents and the kids. Everybody involved in this is experiencing an amount of stress and strain and challenge, I think, for people's mental health. And beyond that, even something that I've heard quite often is the financial strain is an issue too. That we've seen parents that are staying at home unable to find childcare, even if they can find childcare. Affordability is an issue, and because of that, we've seen parents scale down hours or quit jobs, and that has unfortunately, I think the burden has fallen to a higher degree towards the female population that have had to give up jobs, and so there's a lot of impact there too. I think there's this sort of ripple effect, that comes out of having to change the way of life that we're used to with our kids in school, and that is one reason in my mind, I think, as we go through these priority groups, that getting our kids back into school safely has got to be one of those priorities that we have. The question is how do we balance that while we're trying to make our way to vaccine and try to reduce the risk as much as we can to lose somebody, when we're a month away or 2 months away from protecting that person that would otherwise make it.
Thank you. We have taken a lot of your time, and we really appreciate that. I know Ms. Nathan has another question, and if you're willing, and then we have the rest of the meeting we have to go to too. Ms. Nathan and Ms. Amundson, if we can do those questions, and then Graham, I wish you could just come every meeting and update us, because this is really valuable.
For Jen and Leah, the people that know me, I'm fine just sitting here and chatting about epidemiology and COVID all night long if you guys want to, but I do understand you've got more on your agenda that you need to get to, and I'd be happy to come back or answer questions, or work with the staff from the district if there are additional questions. And we've got an amazing team at the county that is working every day with the schools, so we can make sure that whatever questions are out there get answered. But I'm happy to take another question or two if you need to move on with the agenda. I'm happy to sign off for tonight.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nathan, and then Ms. Amundson. And Dr. Garcia, do you have another question? Okay, it's that hand up and down thing. It's tricky. Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Okay, I have two that I think are short. The first one is we've heard throughout the year that one of the concerns about hybrid learning was that students were in our schools for a few days, but then in those days they might be out of school, they might have an alternative childcare arrangement, they might be in another home setting for childcare or a corporate childcare setting or being cared for by family. And the perception by some people is that's more dangerous for spread than just having them in the buildings for 5 days. Are you seeing any of that spread through your contact tracing when you're seeing cases in kids?
Just like schools, I think when we're looking at childcare settings, we've seen cases in adults, and we've seen adults pass it to other adults working in childcare, and we've seen those adults pass it into small numbers of children. But that's where it's ended. We haven't seen children really pass infection to other children effectively in childcare or daycare settings either, just like we've seen in schools. And so we haven't seen that risk there. I know one thing that was talked about, as the district was deciding on a model. We do know that most of the cases that we see are getting sick 3 to 5 days or so after their exposure, and so I know that was talked about with the hybrid model that 2 days on and then 5 days off puts us in a situation where if there was an exposure, say in a classroom, and a third of that classroom gets sick, they would be getting sick before they would come back to class the next week. And when we really honestly didn't know what would happen when we opened up schools again, that was an important point, that if we saw that something happened, hopefully we would know about it before we brought kids back together and put more risk into the system.
Okay, and one more. So the question that Director Marvin asked about little kids and young children being excellent vectors, is there an age cutoff for that? Because I've seen in some of the literature they talk about maybe puberty being an issue, or 10, 12, 15. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I have to say, you guys are asking really good questions tonight, and thank you. I like the good questions. That's a question that I've had in my head. We've been talking to our epidemiology team about this and trying to tease out when children become infectious. We know 18-year-olds are. We know 6-year-olds aren't, really. Somewhere in between there, and you mentioned puberty. There's some literature starting to pop up with that. In our experience, we have a feeling, 6th grade, 12, 13 years old might be where we start seeing a conversion. It's a wholly different situation, but we do see a similar thing with tuberculosis. With usually children are not infectious between each other until they go through puberty, and in that situation they don't cough hard enough until they pass through puberty to actually cough up TB bacilli. And I can't say that that's the reason or the issue here, but while we see most respiratory viruses very easily passed among young children, there may be some reasoning there or some explanation that somewhere around that 12 or 13-year-old maybe that might be that region where we start seeing kids become more able to transmit.
Thank you. And Ms. Amundsen, you have the last word. Question.
So I guess I have the last two questions because I'm going to combine them then. And
string them together. Run-on sentence. You can make it work.
Here.
Yeah.
It's a good list. Okay, so in response to something you said earlier about getting kids back to school safely, I realize this may sound like a minor point, but in my decision-making process, it's a big one, and I've had conversations with other people about the word safely. When we say we can send our kids back to school safely, I guess I just want confirmation that we're not saying that we're guaranteeing 100% safety. When we say safely, we're talking about controlling for the things we can control. We're not trying to tell people that we'll guarantee their safety when we say safely.
Right, like anything else, nothing is 100%. You know, there's a chance any one of us could get hit by an asteroid tomorrow. That
No
chance
matter
is
how
low,
safe we
but
are.
yeah, we can't guarantee that if we put our child on a bus, that bus won't get into an accident, and that does happen sometimes. I think a reasonable amount or recognizable amount of safety is what we'd be looking for. And again, my concern, you know, particularly in the elementary school setting, is not as much for the students. You know, there is risk there, but for the staff that would be required to work with those students in person, there's much higher risk, I think, with that population. And so while we're further away from vaccinating children, you know, as the clinical trials for children go through, getting staff protected makes me feel a lot more comfortable as far as the safety, not just for the students, but the safety for everyone in that school goes. And so there may be, and you know, the Rochester Public Schools, you know, did demonstrate this in the fall, that you can potentially really minimize the risk, you know, to a degree here, if depending on the decisions that you make and how you do this, to really ensure safety for the staff. Vaccine is going to be the way that we can feel comfortable, as long as this vaccine works, feel comfortable that staff can go into that environment and not put themselves at higher risk than, say, getting into a car accident driving to work that morning. Students are a little bit different thing, knowing that it's going to be probably the end of the school year before vaccination would be widely available for elementary age kids in particular. But again, we haven't seen that evidence of transmission in young children, and that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable too, that my first grader would be safe if she goes back to school here in the near future.
So with the idea of minimizing risk, or safely rather than safety, what are your thoughts on sports practice and safety?
In younger children, I think it's a little bit different. I think the emphasis, though, that the parents out there have and that the community has is on high school sports. There obviously is differences between tennis and cross country and wrestling and basketball. And I do have concern as a public health official, both based on what we've seen across the country and here in Olmsted County, and going forward, the risk that we would have associated with contact sports. I have some confidence that people with good information can make decisions on something like tennis to keep people distanced, to keep it outside during the time of the year that it's appropriate. And you could do something like cross country safely. Wrestling, you know, is something that I know the governor has weighed in on. Just my personal opinion, based on the expertise that I've got, is that there's going to be risk there in older high school age children that are post-adolescent, that have an inability to realistically wear masks and keep distance. There's going to be risk there. You know, not to belabor the point, but the child that did get severely ill, we think got exposed playing hockey, and there was a number of people on that hockey team that got sick as part of that cluster of illness that happened in the community. And so there is risk there that I don't feel confident that we can control without vaccine if we put kids together closely for extended periods of time.
So, and I told Melissa she'd have the last question, and I do now too. Kids together closely for an extended period of time. That's what we're looking at doing. The risk for the kids and the risk for the adults in that room. Is there a significant difference in the risk for the adult being in a classroom with 6-year-olds versus being in a classroom with 16-year-olds for an extended period of time?
I would say that theoretically the risk would be higher if you're in person with an older age group of children, because while if you're looking at the amount of virus that we have in the community, if you say that there's the same amount of virus in 6-year-olds as there is in 17-year-olds, there's going to be some risk that there'll be virus in that classroom. What we've seen though is that 6 or 7 or 8-year-old can go into the classroom and not get anybody else exposed. I think one of the decisions that this district has made, last fall, and other districts that have been posed with this as well, is when you get into the high school population, if you take 1 or 2 or 3 kids that probably can transmit efficiently, it really does get into the physical attempts that you're making to limit exposure by mask wearing and distancing. And again, this is a new virus. We do have situations that we've seen in restaurants and things like that where people that were beyond 6 feet have caught virus from people. And so we do think that there is some airborne capacity with this virus as we're learning more and more about it. And so one thing that I can say very confidently is that there is a different risk inside than there is outside. We have seen a lot of transmission as soon as people walk indoors without masks. And so a 16-year-old, theoretically, I would say there's going to be more risk for that teacher and for that matter, for other students in that class.
Thank you again. We really appreciate your expertise. We appreciate your time, and be careful what you wish for, because we may invite you back for every meeting.
It's just part of my job. I'm happy to come back, and again, for those that know me, there's a reason I went into this career. I like talking about this stuff and hopefully providing information that can help others, make informed decisions. So, feel free if you ever want me back. I'm glad to come say hello.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
My pleasure, Superintendent.
We have 3 items that I think we can get through fairly quickly, and then at or before 8 o'clock, we'll take a 5-minute break. So let's move on now to 3.04, School Board Committee Assignment Updates. Any school board members have a report on any of the committee work that they've done in the last couple of weeks? Ms. Nathan.
Now that we are back in school and back after the holiday, the Equity Policy Subcommittee of the Policy Committee is going to be extending invitations to some students to review the draft of the equity policy, and we're hoping to do that in January. So that will move us closer to bringing a draft to the board.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. 3.05, this is just information item. The next scheduled school board meeting is January 12th at 5 o'clock. It is a study session where the board is going to be looking at the process that's used in the event we need to have a budget reduction. Sorry, I'm going to stop myself right there. Ms. Workman, was your hand up for the committee reports?
No, for this.
Oh, for this, okay, good. So I'll get to you in just a minute. We have on our website posted information that generally the board meets the first and third Tuesday of every month at 5:30. There are some exceptions to that, and we do schedule additional meetings as well, and those are posted on the website. Ms. Workman.
Yes, I wanted to let Ms. Severson know I really appreciate having this as an announcement, but would ask that with further announcements for our next scheduled meeting that's not a regular meeting, if she could also include what the topic is. So that way, when people are just, they're so excited about reading through board docs, but they can say, they can easily see, right, and make a plan maybe perhaps as to whether they want to watch then or watch later or never. So I'm happy to have that there. Thank you. That's
Good, thank you. And Ms. Severson is nodding her head. So, good idea. 4.0, consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda you want removed for separate consideration?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye. Oh, no, all in favor don't say aye. All in favor ask Ms. Severson to do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
thank you. Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you. May I just have you say your names for the first and the second for this vote we just took?
I seconded it.
And then,
I moved. Melissa did.
So is Amundson moved and Workman seconded.
thank you.
And Mr. Munoz, you have
Yeah.
personnel
Yeah.
issue.
Yes, we do have one retirement, Deborah Jensen. She's student nutrition services at John Marshall High School. Her retirement is effective December 22nd, 2020, and she has been with the district 23 years. So we thank Deborah for her service to our district.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. And at this point, we will recess at 7:47 for a 5-minute break. Approval of the learning model change. This is a briefing item. Mr. Munoz.
All right, let me get the slide ready here. All right, on Thursday, November 12th, the COVID-19 transmission numbers reached an extremely high level, which forced us to move into distance learning district-wide. And we followed this for about 2.5 months. We did, at that time, when we communicated that out to our community and families, we told them that we would come back with a new announcement on January 8th or before January 8th. Since then, on Wednesday, December 16th, the governor announced that all early learning in elementary schools statewide may choose to operate in a hybrid or in-person model, regardless of the county data, starting January 18th with new mitigation measures in place. So that's what happened that has gotten us to where we are today. And this is just the Minnesota State Learning Plan states, and it just kind of basically tells starting January 18th, elementary programs across the state may operate in person or in hybrid model with a rolling start with the additional mitigation strategies that are part of the Safe Schools Learning Plan. Early learning programs in elementary schools are not currently in person or a hybrid learning model. And we haven't announced their plans. And one of the things I know some of the questions that board members were receiving is why some of the neighboring districts can start before the 18th. After being in several meetings with the Department of Education and Department of Public Health since the governor's announcement, my understanding is that had we said that on January 8th we are going to be moving to this model, we could have started on January 8th. But since we just said we would make some type of announcement on the 8th, we have to wait until the 18th before we can implement the hybrid or in-person learning model. We've kind of presented this information in the past. This is the type of information that the COVID advisory team looks at when making decisions, and thank you to Graham tonight for sharing a lot of that information that our COVID advisory team looks at every 2 weeks. So it's not only looking at our county data, but we're looking at the staff that are available for in-person instruction. We have to look at the transportation guidance and the new mitigation guidance that have come out. We have to look at PPE equipment. Do we have the right equipment that we need to do that? The social distancing requirements in the classrooms and other areas. We've been in conversation with, at the COVID advisory team with vaccination. I was glad that Graham shared with you tonight what they're projecting when we would start getting our educators hopefully vaccinated. And then we were also a little concerned about the potential impact that our winter break may have on the county data surge. So what we're announcing today, what we're recommending is January 14th and 15th, we would have no classes for elementary students. And that is part of the governor's executive order that we are required to provide teachers a minimum of 2 days to prepare for the full in-person learning model. So we've selected January 14th and 15th would be those 2 days for that, getting staff ready for that. And then January 18th, there's already a non-district wide day because of Martin Luther King Day on the calendar. So that is why we would not start the hybrid model until January 19th. The recommendation is that we would start with pre-K2, return to hybrid learning model, and students would follow their previous group 1, group 2 schedules, and 3-5 would remain distance learning. Grades pre-K5 intensive special ed classrooms would return to 4 days a week model, which we were doing during the hybrid model. And we would still do an early dismissal at 2:30, and there would be no changes to the secondary schedule. January 22nd is another district-wide no school day. It's a professional development day for elementary and a work day for secondary teachers because the semester ends. So then on February 1st through the 12th, we would transition grades 3 through 5 would return to hybrid learning model, and pre-K grades K2 would continue in a learning, the hybrid learning model as well. So we would have all of our elementary students in the hybrid model, still do the 2:30 dismissal, and no change to the secondary schedule. And let me comment about why that is. The guidance that we're getting from the Department of Education and from the governor's office is that secondaries, middle school and high school are supposed to follow the initial guidance that was given to us at the beginning of the school year. So the February 16th through the 26th would be pre-K2, move to full in-person, while 3 through 5 would be still in hybrid learning model, still have that 2:30 dismissal, still having distance learning for secondary students. March 1st would be the time that 3-5 would move to full in-person, and at that time we would move back to the normal schedule, bell schedule for our elementary students, which is 9:15 to 3:30, and we would, at that time, we would have all of our elementary students in full in-person instruction. It says their elementary families received a Google form from their individual schools requesting their intent to return to school and their transportation plans. That went out yesterday and today, and the reason that our elementary principals asked us if we could wait until this week to put that out, because they set up Google Meets so parents could come in and talk to the administration if they had any questions before they would complete their form to let us know that they are going to stay in distance learning or if they're going to be part of the hybrid or full in-person model. And then also if they would need transportation if they qualify. So that information was sent out by the schools yesterday and today for that. We talked about this earlier when Graham was with us, saliva testing. This is something that is provided by the state. We are required to provide testing for all in-person staff every 2 weeks. And as Leah shared with you, our day is on Wednesday. So every 2 weeks on Wednesday, we will provide that opportunity for our staff that will be in contact with students, the opportunity to do that test. Staff are not required to take that test. It's something that's optional for them, and the test is being provided at no cost to the staff. Test results are private, and staff members will receive their own results. We will encourage them to inform us if they have a positive test, but that we will not get, the district does not get the results of the test. And tests will be conducted on a designated testing day, like I said, which is for our district, it is Wednesday every 2 weeks. A little bit for our rationale for our recommendation. Our goal has always been to reduce the risk of serious illness or death among staff, students, and families and other community members, an ability to keep sufficient staff available to teach students, and provide the best possible learning experience for our students within the limitations presented by the pandemic. These were our goals when we started the fall, and they continue to be our goals. So what has changed since the governor's announcement? Although we're still seeing a hopeful trend, community virus rate still remains high. I think today at the most recent 7-day average we saw was, I think it's 77. So we still remain high, which is higher than what we were when we started on October 27th. The amount of household mixing occurring this time of the year has increased significantly. As we mentioned earlier, are concerned about that household mixing during the winter break time. The first dose of vaccines has not yet reached all medical personnel, and as Graham shared with us, the good news is educators are in the 1B, but as his projection looks, he's projecting around February before we would probably start vaccinating our staff. We did see transmission among secondary students and among staff members when we were in close contact. And we did see significant quarantine impacts when staff and students were exposed either in the community or in RPS setting. As Graham shared with you, we did not see student to student, but we did see some staff to staff or staff being exposed out in the community. And we did share with the board a few times our COVID dashboard, and that's on our website. So we're able to keep track of the number of positive cases we had each week and the number of individuals that had to quarantine because of those positive cases. And we did have 2 buildings that we did have to move to 14-day quarantine because we just didn't have enough staff to run those 2 buildings, and we were just 1 staff away from having to close one of our elementary buildings as well because not having enough staff to run that building. Our COVID advisory team agrees a more conservative approach is appropriate, and one of the things that is in the safe learning guidance I do want to read to you. A school may choose using a hybrid learning model after a distance learning period was required due to a high level of community spread. The hybrid model could be used as a bridge to safely move back towards the model of in-person learning for all students. And I would say that's kind of what some of our thinking besides all of the things I just shared with you, that we see the starting back in a hybrid model does provide that bridge before we move into full in-person. But if the board does choose, we do have the ability and we are ready to implement the in-person starting on the 19th, if that's what the board would wish us to do. What has changed, as I mentioned earlier, the governor has given districts permission to look beyond the community numbers and county numbers, and with the goal of getting our youngest students back either in hybrid or full in-person learning. Unless the staff member has a medically related reason they can't wear both a mask and a face shield, we are going to ask our staff to do that. Just to kind of let you know what we deal with on a daily basis. When this first came out about the shields, we were told that we were going to be required to wear a mask and shields. 2 days later, the guidance changed and it said asking districts to strongly encourage staff to wear the shield. What we have decided as a district is that we are going to require staff to wear both the mask and shields whenever they are going to be in contact with either students or other adults. So that's where we're landing on that one. As I mentioned earlier, we're required to provide bi-weekly saliva testing, and Leah shared with you what that all involves, and hats off to Leah and others for getting that all set up in such a very short notice. Updated transportation guidance requires that we have at least 6 feet from the driver and the students. And when we move to full in-person learning, there is no additional student capacity or social distance limitations. So what that means is when you're in hybrid model, we can only have our buses at 50% capacity. Once we move to full in-person, that requirement goes away, as well as when you go to full in-person, the 6-foot social distancing limitations also goes away. Some of the questions and answers that we've been hearing, why are we starting in hybrid? Virus rates, like I said, are still high, as high as they were in October when we were using the hybrid model to reduce transmission. Starting in hybrid allows our system to balance providing some in-person time with reducing the chance of having to drop right back into distance learning. A hybrid start allows teachers the ability to thoroughly educate students regarding the new procedures like maybe needing to eat lunch in your classroom. And the guidance that came out earlier was all like music and art and those had to be brought into the classroom. So they have given us a little more leadway now on that. We can do PE in the gym if we need to, and we can, the most recent guidance came out that for art, some of those classes, we can take them out of the classroom if we're not able to bring that program into their classroom. So, and then the transportation shifts and how we do things differently with now walking down the hallways, trying to space our students out is different when you have half your students versus you have maybe all 30 of them. So just providing an opportunity for our staff and students to get adjusted back to those types of requirements, which they haven't been doing the last few months because of being in distance learning. Why bring back only some grades? This is part of the requirements that were given to us, that we were only able to bring 3 grades back at a time. We have to use 2 weeks apart before we can bring back the next 3 groups of grades. Then we chose to start with the younger students who may have the greatest difficulty with online learning. There might be a question on how can we bring back pre-K through 2, that's more than 3 grades. As long as since our early childhood programs are in their separate buildings, they do not count towards our 3 grade bands to bring back. So that's why we're able to bring back preschool and K through 2 in that first wave. Why are we focused only on the elementary students? With this change, the governor's announcement allows us to look beyond community virus rates only for the youngest learners. Our community rates are still too high for secondary to return. Why are we recommending winter sports resume? This is also something that the governor announced, that he wanted to allow youth sports, both youth and high school sports, to open up on the 4th. We have not opened up on the 4th. We've instructed our activities directors that based on the decision the board makes tonight, will be determined if we can start practices tomorrow. I will tell you, this is something that our Big 9 superintendents had a lot of conversation on, and to my knowledge, based on the last meeting we had, they all are planning on starting sports. Actually, they started sports on January 4th. As the state says there, I think that one of the differences is one of the requirements with sports is you have to be in cohorts of 25 or less athletes. So if there is a positive case within that, you're quarantining and impacting 25 students. Whereas if we are in person academically, students will have anywhere from 6 to 7 classrooms that they would be in that day. So that's 6 or 7 classrooms of students that you would impact, plus 6 or 7 teachers that would be impacted and most likely have to quarantine. So you're talking more students would have to potentially be quarantined if the secondary students are brought back for academic reasons. One of the things I don't have on the slide, because we just had our meeting, we did schedule a consultation with our regional support team, and we had that this afternoon. And I know the board is getting a lot of questions about, how can other districts that are in our county bring back secondary students? And we had quite the conversation with our regional support team, and that's consisting of somebody from the service co-op, individuals from the Minnesota Department of Health, our own public health, and then there was a district staff part of that meeting. And what we learned was this consultation is they make a recommendation, but you're not required to follow their recommendation. I think the statement they told us that would be prudent advice would be to take it slow. They also commented that what we have done, they feel has really helped reduce the rates here in our county by the way that Rochester Public Schools, since we are the largest district in our county, starting the way we did. However, I do want to make it clear that if the board would choose to start working to bring our secondary students back to in person, we do have the ability to do that. We've had our consultation, we've gotten their advice, but the district is not required to follow the advice of the regional support team, and that's probably why a couple other districts in our county have been able to ignore the county data and do what they're doing. So that is an option that is available to our district. So at this time, I will quit sharing and then take on any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And Mr. Munoz, I think you mentioned before that after we have this discussion, you will give us a overview at least of the planning that's been done for when secondary students come back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can do that now, or do you want me to wait on that, Jean, or?
Why don't we wait on that?
Okay.
Right? Okay. Ms. Amundsen, you had a question?
Well, I have tons of questions. But somebody has to start, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to start at the smallest, more detailed level before we get up to the higher, more vague level, because it's a good way to start checking the boxes. So we got questions via email. You know, we got tons and tons of emails, but some of them I didn't know the answer to. So for the benefit of everybody else as well as myself, in this period of time when we have K2 doing one thing and 3-5 doing another thing, will K2 go to school on Wednesdays, or will they be home like the hybrid students?
Yeah, they will follow the same schedule that they did when we started in the fall in a hybrid model. One group will be in person Monday, Tuesday. The other group will be in person Thursday, Friday, and all students will be in distance learning on Wednesday.
All students on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay. I can keep going, or are there other?
Why don't you do 2 more?
2 more, okay. One of the questions that we are getting from staff is if we are back in hybrid with the numbers, you know, at where they are or higher, which would presume that there are going to start being staff infections again, as there were when we were in hybrid before. What do staff do if they don't have enough sick time? So if they're, you know, having to take extra time off for themselves and or their staff, are we able to offer anything to them, some sort of a understanding or a waiver that this is a special year outside of their contract?
Yes, I think I'm going to have Carl Bakken, HR Executive Director, speak, but I do know we are doing something beyond, you know, there was federal protection through December that gave them additional days for that. But Carl, if you want to address that question and explain how we are going to handle that.
Yes, good evening. We've had a lot of discussion about this, and the Family First Recovery Act expired December 31st. They did, I think almost everybody was anticipating they were going to extend that, and we were very surprised when they didn't. We looked at what some other districts were doing, and we feel the right thing to do is to continue to provide the coverage that would be provided under the FFCRA for staff who have not used it yet. And that is 2 weeks or 10 days of paid time if you're sick with COVID, if you're recovering, and then it would be 2 weeks or 10 days of 2/3 pay if you're caring for somebody. So what we decided to do is to carry that on through March 31st. I mean, we just feel that's the right thing to do.
And I assume that's been communicated to staff?
We just had that discussion. We just had that discussion today.
Okay, so I asked on.
Yeah, it will be part of our communication that we've been working on, that based on the decisions that are made tonight, that'll be part of what we send out.
Okay. Okay, this has sort of been covered, but I think it might be beneficial to the community if I can ask the question in a compact way and you can answer it in a quotable way for media coverage or for parents who are sharing the answers with each other. Why can other districts do it and we can't? And fill in the blank for do it. And whatever the parents are saying, everybody else is doing it, why can't we? So we're a larger district, we're not private school. I mean, cover as many of those answers as you possibly can, please.
Yeah, that's a tough question because I don't want to criticize the decisions that other districts have made, and I don't know their rationale for why they made their decisions. I can tell you what I just explained, what we learned in our consultation, that once you've had your you're required to do a consultation if you're going to do a less restrictive model than what your numbers show. What we learned today was you have that consultation, they give you a recommendation, but you don't have to follow it. So not knowing the other districts, I'm assuming they had to have a consultation. I don't think their guidance would be any different than the guidance we received today, but they chose to do something different. So we have always been more conservative. I think Graham shared with you some good reasons why we've been that way. I think I can tell you as a superintendent, I am concerned about the safety of our students and our staff. And then another piece, I think it's our district's responsibility to also be looking out for what's best for our community. And we felt part of the reasons we started more conservative, we felt that we didn't want to contribute to our counties or communities' rates quickly. And so, like I said, it's hard for me to really answer that, not knowing the thinking that other districts chose. All I do know is I found out how they were able to process-wise, but their thinking behind why they chose to do different things than we did, that I can't tell you. I can just explain for why.
Can I rephrase a little bit, maybe
Sure.
to get a little close to where I'm trying to go? What are some challenges that we might have as Rochester Public Schools that smaller districts or private schools might not have?
Well, let me first address the second part. Private schools do not have to follow any of this that the public schools have to do. They don't have to do anything, and they don't get the state funding we do. So it makes sense. So that's a separate matter because they pretty much can do whatever they choose. As far as now I've lost my train of thought. What's the first part of that question?
Challenges that we may have based on our size or location or whatever it might be that sets us apart from other districts who are back in person.
Well, I would just say in general, not just talking about the pandemic, I think it's much more difficult to do things and change things in a district our size when you're talking 18,000 students and 2,600 employees than maybe a district of 1,000 kids. I don't know how many staff 1,000 district would have, but it just, you know, I talk often that our ship to turn, to make change and do things differently is much harder to turn than a little tugboat. Not that I'm calling little district tugboats, but I'm a visual person, so I'm just trying to show, you know, if I'm driving that little tugboat, I can turn and change directions rather quickly versus a big old ship. It just, yeah, I guess that's probably the best way I would answer that.
Well, and as an example, if I may jump in and share a thought that I had is that are there other districts in our area who have had to identify 30 different testing sites for their employees? I mean, that's part of the size of this shift, and that's one concrete example. It's going to take a lot longer to set up 30 testing sites than 1 or 2 for smaller districts.
Yeah. It's a perfect example, Melissa. I mean, it's just there's a little more challenging when you're talking the amount of numbers that we're talking, and to do the contact tracing that we're going to be required to do as we open up more, even though we have excellent people doing our contact tracing, it's just there are just more numbers to have to do that work.
Other questions or comments?
Well, I'm not seeing any other hands. Should I keep going?
No.
Oh, there popped up one. I'll take my turn.
We'll come back to you, promise. Ms. Nathan.
Unmute. Okay, I'm like Melissa. I'm trying to pick the ones to start first. So in the new mitigation from the governor, it requires a plastic barrier when teachers are within 3 feet of students. So it is the interpretation of that we're going to put those plastic barriers in every classroom.
Well, we are, I don't know, Scott, if you want to talk a little more specifically about the type of barriers that we have purchased or ordered, but our understanding is, for example, in an elementary classroom where I bring 3 or 4, 5 kids back to that kidney table to do some small group work, we have a plastic barrier between the teacher and the students, very similar to you might see when you go to the grocery store and they have that barrier between you and the checkout person. We also have, I call a mobile device that the teachers can use and stand behind. And so we are looking at providing that barrier for situations when teachers are going to be in close contact with groups of students that, so yes, I don't know, Scott, if you want to add anything more to that about the types of barriers that we purchased or ordered.
Yes, we've been, one of our construction services assistant has been assigned this task, and she has been in contact with all the sites. And since the beginning of this pandemic, we've been using coronavirus relief money in order to purchase barriers. And they come in varying sizes, and they're fairly portable, but they come in 18-inch, 24-inch, 36-inch. And we relied on the sites to notify Leah Barbosa what size and how many barriers they needed. And she's been supplying them to them. Now with the latest guidelines, she's reinstituted that again and has reached out. And the last count I think she had that she let me know about earlier this week, that she has a request for about 500 more barriers, and she's working to get those ordered. And potentially, if every single classroom is going, for instance, if they have a small kidney table where they're going to have face-to-face contact with a student, a teacher, or a para, then we would supply them with a shield in order to put on that table, where in the past they might not have had that in an individual large classroom, but they would have had it in a smaller setting where they were doing one-on-one at a table. So this will provide a more opportunity to engage with the students in a larger classroom at a small kidney table. So like I said, the latest count that she provided to me was another 500 that she's ordering as of Monday. And she's reconnecting with all the administrators again to see if we need more.
It's good. It's good to hear. I was a little worried about supply and demand there, but it's good to hear that we're we're doing that. Another question about supplies is the face shields are going to be provided by the state, and we've heard from some.
Yeah,
Yep.
They weren't very good. We ordered.
Okay.
We ordered better. Yes. Yeah.
You ordered better ones. Great.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
The other issue with the face shields that we've been hearing, I think, all along this year, are with masks only, but now with the face shields, is how hard it is for kids to hear teachers speaking and teachers losing their voice shouting. So do we have any amplification plans?
Well, we actually talked about that today at Cabinet. We have ordered some already, and we piloted some, but we talked about probably having to increase our order, and actually Denise is checking into that and how quickly we can get additional amplifying devices.
Good.
I'll come back to you, Kathy, too. Dr. Garcia, your camera's on. Do you have a question?
I am not in the queue. I do have questions, but I can raise my hand later because I know that Director Amundsen had her hand up again.
Oh yeah, and we'll keep coming back too. We just want.
It's okay. I have 50 questions, so you can take a turn.
Yeah, Miss Amundsen's always going to have questions, so we can always count on her. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I think right now it's just sort of like a basic question in terms of the shield. So I was a band and choir and theater kid, and so I'm just wondering, obviously a band director or a choral director can stand 3 feet from students, but if you're blasting respiratory droplets out of a tuba, a bellow tuba, or you're singing in a classroom, I guess I'm just wondering about the logistics of that. And if that's too minutia right now, we can obviously move on, but that is exactly where my brain went and how we're going to be protecting not only students, but the teachers as well.
Yeah, we, when school year started, we did get some guidance on that, and we actually purchased some masks that had the little slit in them so they could still play their instrument. And at that time, they were telling us how far to distance our students, but we anticipate there's going to be some new guidance coming out in that area. We, like I said, just this it was either end of last week or yesterday, they changed the guidance on, I think it was art classrooms. So we anticipate there's going to be some additional guidance coming out for that particular type of class.
Okay, I think, Ms. McLaughlin, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes, I just have one quick follow-up for the superintendent. You had mentioned ordering better face shields. Can we anticipate that they'll arrive prior to the change in the learning model?
Yeah, Scott, you want to tell her how many we have on hand already?
We already have 800 on hand, and we ordered, I believe, 3,000 more. And I believe, if I remember right, Tanner Sorensen, our purchasing manager, said they have arrived already, and they're in our inventory.
Okay, so we're good to go with that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And Melissa, we'll come back to you too. I have two things. First of all, just a recognition that everybody in our community is scared and angry right now. And they are passionate about what needs to happen for their children. They are scared. They're wanting their kids back in school. They are talking about the academic cost, the social, emotional cost for their kids. It's a miserable situation. We have staff who are saying, I'm afraid if I go back to teach in that classroom, I'm going to die. And when people say, well, the grocery store workers are back, why can't teachers go back? Grocery store workers don't stand in a classroom with 15 or 20 or 30 kids for 6 hours a day. It's a different situation, and we are getting messages from many sides, and everybody's right. As Mr. Brick said, there is no good answer here. It's a terrible situation. And what we're going to have to figure out is, and I think Melissa said this to me earlier today, the least bad scenario for the kids, but there will be risk for everybody, families, staff, students. My specific question is, I know, Superintendent, that you have surveyed staff and families again about whether they would, and I think the questions were whether you would come back to teach hybrid, if you'd come back to teach full face-to-face, and the same thing for students. Do you want your child to stay distance learning? Or are you comfortable sending them back hybrid or full face-to-face? Until we know those numbers, are we actually going to be able to come up with a plan? If, for instance, we have a large number of staff who are just saying, I can't go back, I won't go back, it's really going to limit what we can offer to our elementary kids.
Yeah, I think we have, like I said earlier, the Monday and yesterday and today, the elementary administration are working with their elementary parents, and I think there's also a misunderstanding out there. These surveys, or whatever we want to call them, it's not a vote. This is what model right. I'm voting for. It's information that we need in order for us to be prepared for whatever model we roll out. And yesterday and today, they're working with elementary families on, are you going to, if you were hybrid before we were shifted to, are you staying hybrid? If we move to full in person, will you take that option, or are you going to remain DL? So then that lets us know. When we did it before school started, we had about 20% of our elementary students chose to stay DL and not come to hybrid. We anticipate it should be right around that number again. no matter if it's hybrid or full in person. We did the same thing for staff. In the fall, it worked out just perfect. We had the right a number of staff who had medical reasons that they couldn't come to do in-person instruction. It matched the number of DL students that we had. We're hoping that's going to be the case again, but if not, we'll do some shifting. And we did this fall. We started with we gave each building 2 or 3 subs to have in their building every day. So if a teacher had to quarantine, they could fill in or, cover and work that out. And we'll continue doing that. But until we get those numbers, we really won't know where we're at. Do we have to hire additional staff to cover the hybrid or full in person? We are in the process of doing the same thing. We did it, I think it was in October with our secondary families. And what they told us is, and to be honest with you, we didn't get a really good large number of participation, but what the people who did fill it out told us they need more information before they can make the decision. So we are working on a communication for our secondary parents. Here's, if we go to hybrid, this is what it will look like. Obviously they know what full in person is, but we would make them aware that the social distancing part is not expectation anymore. Buses will be at full capacity. So giving them more information so they can fill out their questionnaire to say, all right, when the secondary students come back into the buildings, are you going to go DL? Are you going to stay DL? Or are you going to go to hybrid? Or if we choose in person? And then we're doing the same thing with secondary staff. And Carl, if you want to share where we're at with our staff numbers so far, that might be helpful right now.
Sure. So right now, just a high-level overview, we have 46 elementary teachers that are working remotely due to a medical condition of their own or of a household family member that would put them at risk for severe illness should they contract COVID. We sent another survey out right before break and asked them to reply again, and 7 new teachers, and then we had maybe a couple after the survey went out that reached out to us. I think they might have reached out to you too, that indicated that they would, if we come back in person or in hybrid, that they cannot work at school. When we did a secondary survey in October, our initial response was we heard from 83 teachers that said they were unable to work due to a medical condition of their own or of a household family member that would put them at risk for severe illness from COVID. We have received medical documentation from 34 of those thus far. However, at that time, the number skyrocketed so high, it went more than twice the number that we were going to be in DL. So we still need to follow up with some of those secondary staff at this point. And we have 21 people, and this is between paras and teachers, who have taken a leave of absence due to a medical condition, and just they took that decision to take an unpaid leave of absence and just not work this year. And that number is just, please understand that number it's never a final number. You'll have people, medical professionals recommend that people who are expecting a child should be out longer. When we sent the numbers out, we get the response, and then there might be a number that don't get the documentation they need. People's situations are changing. Household family members, they might be caring for someone who is very medically fragile. They might not be at the beginning of the year, and now they are. So it's a moving target. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Jean, can I just follow up exactly what Carl just was talking about?
Yes.
So Carl, you mentioned the 3 categories by which teachers could work remotely, and it was a medical exemption, or if they were caring for a family member, or if they chose to take a leave of absence. And those are the only 3 options that are available to staff.
Well, so the reason people took a leave of absence or are working remotely is due to the fact that, you know, we tried to apply the CDC guidelines that they themselves had a condition that put them at severe risk. We included household family member. That was not a requirement. That was just something that made sense to us to apply. That we understand if your spouse, your father, your child has a medical condition, we understand that, and we try to work with people. We try to do the right thing. So those are the reasons. If we get medical documentation that says, you know, Carl Bakken is unable to work due to this medical condition, it would put him at risk for severe illness. We did have to ask for additional documentation that might say it would be preferred that Carl Bakken work from home. Then we would ask for more specific information from their medical provider.
Thanks.
And like the superintendent said, we were very fortunate. The first go around, it almost fell into place so closely that the number of people requesting to work remotely matched our DL numbers. So we were really fortunate that at that point we didn't have to, you know, we didn't have to move people around. We didn't have to tell people you're going to be teaching DL, we're going to move you to DL, or we lost enough students that we're going to have to start, you know, taking other measures. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, and let me just very quickly, and then Melissa will go to you, put this out there, make sure that this is correct. Families still have the option of having their children go distance learning. And if the situations change in March, April, whatever, they will have the option of sending their child back into the classroom.
Correct. We have been very flexible on that. Now, if a family keeps jumping every other, back and forth, we may have to say no, but we know things change. You know, like Carl said, maybe a family member moved into their family that they didn't have beginning of the year, so now they want to switch to DL. So we are allowing that flexibility to go from one model to the next.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Amundson.
Thanks. So again, you know, I'm focusing on the small details because they're included in people's concerns, and I think this will reassure people, or at least fully inform them if it's not a reassuring answer. But if you could talk to me about what we're doing to mitigate the risks for things where we may not have a whole lot of control over the safety factor. And the two that I'm thinking of specifically is busing, because I heard you say we're going back to full transportation. So even though the children would be 6 feet from the driver, they might be sitting right next to each other on the same seat. And I'm assuming that there's no adult present to monitor face masks because the driver is driving. And then second piece, because you might want to answer at the same time, same thing with lunch. I heard you talk about them eating in the classrooms. Is that a for sure is what we're doing, or something we're still exploring? And are we not concerned about the removal of masks for lunch, for eating?
Okay, I should have probably written all those down, Melissa.
It's just two.
I'll try to catch. Okay, I'll try to catch them all, and if I miss something, let me know. Let me attack the bus one first. If we are in a hybrid model, we can't push our buses any higher than 50% capacity. And that does allow us to do some spacing, which we did in the fall when we started hybrid model. If we start full in person, or eventually when we move to full in person, that requirement goes away. So we would basically load our buses like we would prior to the pandemic. Some buses, they do have pairs that ride on buses, but I'm not going to say all of our buses. So that is also a concern. Prior to winter break, on one of the calls that I was on with MDE and MDH, they told us there would be some new transportation guidance coming out. We haven't received that yet. So there may be some changes. I think Kathy shared with us a document on lowering the windows in a bus help. So that may be something that may come out of the new guidance. We'll have to wait and see. So that's the transportation piece. The lunch, when right after the governor made his announcement, well, let me back up a little bit. An hour before the governor made his announcement, all the superintendents in the state of Minnesota were on call with the governor and the commissioner to give us a heads up on what the governor was going to announce. At that time, they were saying you have to eat lunch in the classroom. And they received, I can just say, in 4 meetings that I was on since that announcement, there were a lot of superintendents who said, we can still social distance in our lunchrooms. We were doing that in the fall. We were spacing our students out on the lunchroom tables and having more shifts of lunch so we could do that. So the change in that guidance has, if you can do that, they can eat in the lunchroom. But if you can't provide that social distancing in your lunchroom when they're eating, you have to have that class eat lunch in their classroom and then try to space them out the best you can while they're eating lunch. There is that risk because their mask is off while they're eating lunch, but so we now have that option that that's one of the reasons why I said on the slide that some buildings may be able to use the lunchroom and do that social distance. Some may have to choose to use lunch in their classroom. So that's something that each building is going to have to work out. I mean, our hope is they can do the lunch like we did, but once we go to full in person, that all goes away.
So if the kids have to eat lunch in their classrooms, do we have a plan yet for who's supervising them? Because I'm assuming the teachers are going to want a break without their masks.
Yep, we are required to provide a duty-free lunch, 30-minute duty-free lunch. So we are working on that, and it may look different in building A and building B, but if for some reason in building A, the teacher has to remain in the classroom while they're eating lunch, then what one district's doing is when those kids go to recess, instead of a 20-minute recess, it's a 30-minute recess. So then the kids are outside for recess, being supervised by paras. Then the teacher gets their 30-minute duty-free lunch. So there's a variety of ways that we can do that, but there will be supervision in the classroom if they're eating lunch.
You're muted, Jean.
Sorry, thank you. Karen, do you have a question? Ms. McLaughlin?
I don't think I have my hand up, do I?
No, I was just seeing your picture there. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Ms. Nathan?
So Superintendent, this was an issue at the beginning of the year, and we got some questions about it again, about the ventilation status of our buildings. And I think that same article that I sent around to everybody said that the standard was, or the recommendation was 4 to 6 changes of air per hour in a classroom. Do we have any idea how, I know you were making some changes at the beginning of the year and changing filters and doing some other pieces, but do we know anything about the air circulation in our classrooms and how we're doing against that standard?
Yes, Scott, can you address that?
On the air exchanges, we completely run all the systems 2 hours prior to occupancy in order to do at least 3 to 4 air exchanges right at the beginning of the day to draw any contaminants out. And the systems, we haven't really addressed any new guidance yet as far as what you're saying, the 3 to 4 per day. What I'm assuming you're saying is it's supposed to be during the day, Kathy? Yeah. So we haven't had the opportunity to address that, but that isn't a difficult thing to accommodate. It's just a matter of resetting and programming issues.
But Scott, when we do bring in, we are getting rid of, we're not just recirculating the air in a classroom, we're bringing in fresh air into the classroom, correct?
It depends what systems in which building. Some of the older systems, there are some recycled air that does get recycled back in. We have improved our filtering system. We have an 8 MERV filter and an 11 MERV filter in the systems. You can't add them together to get a 17 MERV, but ASHRAE recommends a 13 MERV, but our systems can't accommodate that because it inhibit the airflow too much because our systems weren't built that way. So that it's cost prohibitive to put all new air handlers in buildings. But our brand new buildings are going to have that system, but our older ones do not, unfortunately.
And is there any thought being given to put individual HEPA air filters in classrooms? Maybe not if we're hybrid, but if we're in person?
We looked at that. We do have, for the isolation rooms, we have HEPA filters that are adjustable airflow. Those do require some maintenance. They require filter changes and that kind of thing. They are fairly noisy as well, and it might inhibit the ability to teach. And then when you add in a face shield and a mask, it could really, the ambient noise in the classroom could be difficult to teach at. But as far as the HEPA filters, what that does is it takes the air in. It's supposed to keep the contaminant and put out fresh air, but like I said, with the noise in them and the cost, they're about $500 each. It's not really the most viable option. We think the air exchanges is the way to go with the systems that we have with the air handling systems.
All right, I'll let somebody else go. Thanks.
And if I'm not seeing your hand, make sure you just unmute and let me know if I'm missing you. Ms. Amundson.
All right, I'm still reflecting some specific questions that we received in email. And I quote, how will we possibly keep the kids 3 feet apart when we all go back, when we can't even keep them 6 feet apart when we are in hybrid? Partially because of space, there isn't enough of it, but also because they just want to be near each other. Now, I did send in a question ahead of time because I knew it wouldn't be on the tops of your heads for the meeting, which was, what is the typical size for a classroom, elementary classroom? And I can't remember the exact number you gave me. I think it was, I could look it up, but then I did the math, which I needed help from my math PhD student son, because I'm really not good with geometry, but it had to do with the 3 feet apart distance. So, you know, between you and the next person is 3 feet. And so if you go like this and draw a circle around them, how many square feet does that take up? And then how many of those bodies can you put in a room with the bubble around them? And no furniture in the room and no 6 foot distance from the teacher. And it's a very reasonable question, I think. And even if we all agree, which I don't entirely, that 3 feet is a low risk situation. I know some data supports that, but I've also heard data that says if somebody's actively coughing, we're talking about more like 12 to 20 feet that you need to be to avoid those droplets. So I think that's a very realistic question. How can they even keep them 3 feet apart when all of the kids are back in one room together?
I think that's why that's not a requirement when you move to full in person, because they know, I mean, our classrooms are typically pretty much the same size as most district classrooms, so they know it's just physically impossible, especially when you have students in desk, to do that. So I think that's why that requirement is not an expectation when you move to full in person.
All of these questions that I'm bringing up are not to question the recommendation. It's to reassure parents and teachers. But I think what I'm hearing is that there are certain problems that we have not been able to overcome. And there was an article shared with us, the Harvard study, for those of the people who have seen it posted on social media or have had it shared with us via email, that talk about it can be safe. And again, I go back to that idea of safe versus safety versus, you know, what we can do, and we're not guaranteeing safety, but it can be safe to bring our students back full in person if we have certain practices put in place. But I'm not an expert, but I would say that these are the holes in that safety plan that we don't yet have answers or reassurances for, that leads me to continue to be concerned whether or not we can assure staff and parents, families, and even the community, because the whole community is affected by this decision. Can we assure them that we've done everything possible to approach that that reasonable safety level? And I feel, I'll talk about my thoughts later, but I feel like there's maybe some holes in there. If I had kids in school right now, I wouldn't feel reassured. And I understand that then I would have a choice as a parent to place my child in distance learning. And I'm really grateful that we have that option. And I want to reassure people that, you know, that's a choice. But I don't have the answer then for staff, because during lunch, whoever's supervising the kids has a room full of kids without masks on. And when they're on the bus, if we don't have some sort of a reassurance that they're going to be masked and distanced, then again, we have, you know, ripe situations for transmission.
So I think you bring up a good point, Melissa, and that's something that our parents need to be aware of, that if we start out full in person, or when we eventually move to full in person, some of those current safety measures that we had in place with hybrid, we're not going to be able to provide. I can tell you, as we get guidance, and the two examples I shared with you, sometimes guidance change within a day or two. We do our best to implement the information that's presented to us. I mean, it comes from CDC, down to state public health, down to local public health. So we, you know, in that article, I would say a lot of the things that were suggested in that article, we have done, especially when we were in a hybrid model, we were doing already. And that's because it was guidance given to us from CDC and from the state public health. So, but just like a few years ago, when we put in the buzzer system in all of our schools, we're safer. But can I guarantee an intruder can't get into our school? Nope, because there was one elementary a few years ago that had exactly what we have in our schools, and an intruder got in. So, yeah, is it 100%? Like Graham said, no, we can't say 100%, but I can assure you that as guidance comes down to us, our team, especially our district COVID team, is awesome at, all right, this is the new information out, how can we implement it? And they implement it.
Thank you. Ms. Workman.
Yes, we've been talking mostly about children, where the risk of transmission between children is relatively small. Mr. Briggs seemed to emphasize, or at least this is how I heard it, that there was much more risk with our staff. And I would like to focus on what are we doing for our staff. I mean, I understand they've got masks, they've got face shields, maybe they've got partitions. What can we do, or you do, because that's your job, not mine, to reassure them or to provide really, really specific examples that the mitigation issues that we are providing for our staff will be, I hate to use the word safe, not, you know, not 100% safe, but certainly more than if they didn't have it all. Because right now, I mean, we're hearing from staff, I am anyway, that, you know, is anybody paying attention to us? And maybe you are paying a whole lot of attention to them, but for whatever reason, they're not getting that message. I don't know what the barrier is, if it's a psychological one where they're just really strung out about being sick, or what. But I'm just concerned about what more we can do specifically for our staff.
Well, we'll put all the mitigations in place that have been recommended to us, and I would say probably something that we learned with starting in hybrid, as Graham shared with you, we did not see any students giving it to our staff. It was staff to staff. And I'll share one example where I think when we do come back, no matter how we come back, I think we're going to be stricter on. We had staff eating lunch together in the lounge. We had one building where one positive case that exposed the rest of his or her grade level coworkers. So a change that we would do is you can't, I know you would like to eat lunch and be able to talk with, you can't do that anymore because that's putting you at risk and the people you're eating lunch with at risk. So little things like that we've learned from the fall that, I think we, even though we communicated it quite frequently to our staff, and the expectation was that they go through the CDC's symptoms to determine if you should come to work. We still had some staff that had symptoms come to work. So probably being a little more firm on that, I think will be helpful. So those are just two things that I say, I know I as a superintendent has learned from the fall that, and I know when we discussed this with some of our administration, I came across as the mean guy that, gosh, it's so tough on our staff, let them eat lunch together. Well, I understand that, but it also puts our adults at risk when we allow that, especially when your mask is not on. So I think a few things like that we would be stricter on, but I think some of the mitigations of, constantly, we beefed up our custodial staff at our elementary so we can do deeper cleaning than we normally do. So, I mean, things like that are in place. And then as new guidance comes out, we will do everything we can to implement those as well.
So I guess one of my concerns with that, I mean, maybe it's not, our school population is reflective of our community. And I know there are going to be staff members there who are not going to want to wear masks, who don't think it doesn't do any good, who really aren't interested in taking not only care of themselves, but how it might affect their colleagues. So what kind of a plan is in place for enforcement of that? I mean, the principal can't be everywhere. I could envision that a staff member could be very, very upset with a colleague who's not following the rules. And, then you have a very, potentially explosive situation where, there's some confrontation. So I don't care what plan you put into place, but just so that there is something that is very structured and people know exactly what it is they can and can't do. If they see somebody who's not abiding by the rules or whatever, what's their recourse? Because I think once people know what the structure is and what the responses that they can make in order to keep themselves safe when other staff members are possibly not showing them the same kind of courtesy. It's that fear of the unknown. What if that staff member comes and they, do X, Y, and Z, and I'll probably get fired if I hit them, but that might be what I feel like doing, And I'm hoping that this isn't a widespread problem, but I just want to be cognizant of the fact that just as our students reflect the diversity in our community, our staff also reflect the diversity in terms of how they think about the whole disease transmission, wearing masks, and all of that.
Yeah, I think a couple things there. My first response would be, I think we as a school community and a community Rochester have to hold each other accountable. There's the big sign right on Broadway, together we can get through this. Well, part of being together is holding each other accountable. your mask thing, well, this is something we did check with legal counsel before school started. Unless they have documentation why they can't wear a mask, if they don't wear a mask, that's insubordination, and we can treat it as insubordination. So there is that. I'm not aware of us having any staff when school started this year that I'm aware of that refused to wear a mask. We had a few students, but not staff.
You know, and then if I could follow up, because I've been listening to everybody and not talking, is you talked about everybody has to do their part. Will there be any effort to kind of coordinate between the city and the county and the school district and the mayor to try and get people, you know, more in this together? Because the school district right now, I feel like a lot of people are expecting us to solve all of the problems that are out there, and we can't do that. I mean, I'm looking at it as our responsibility is the education of our students and the safety of our students and our staff, maybe not even in that order. But in order for that to happen, things that we don't have control over have to happen. But this is where maybe if we got the other governmental entities more involved, and maybe this is happening behind the scenes, I'm not aware of it, where, you know, what kind of a concerted message action plan can we put forward to really make our community as safe as we're trying to make our students safe? Because, you know, if everybody did what they were supposed to, students would be back in school a whole lot sooner. And I mean, it's that simple. It really is. It's that simple. And I get frustrated with it, as I'm sure you can tell. And I know a lot of our staff are, and I'm very concerned about them.
You know, I've had a couple of thoughts that we have learned a lot, especially since we've gone into full distance learning some time ago. And things have changed in the way our families are thinking and the way our staff is thinking. For one thing, I think that the hybrid model that we were using in elementary school was a pretty good idea. Many people found it really frustrating. Teachers said this is tough, families found this is tough. And I don't know the numbers, but you know, I've heard from some families whose kids have shifted to distance learning, full distance, and they said, you know what, it's better. It's more consistent. There's the plan. Kids don't get to school, but it is possible, I think, that if we went back to the choice is distance learning or hybrid, there may be more families who would want to do distance at this point. It would keep the numbers down in the classroom, and many of our classroom teachers who were doing the hybrid model before felt fairly comfortable with that because there weren't 30 kids in the class. The other thing two other things that have changed is now this new strain of coronavirus that seems to be more contagious, and we're worried about that. And then the thing that is just so tantalizing is that the vaccine seems to be just within our reach. Under the model that we're looking at right now, elementary kids would not all be back to in-person learning, face-to-face learning, full-time, until the beginning of March. What if we gave parents the choice, send your kid back hybrid till March 1st, or distance learning till March 1st, and then assuming that more staff has gotten or vaccine is spread more, at that point, we'd send the kids back distance if we could. I mean, face to face if we could. Which is maybe the worst of both worlds, because I think hybrid model is not wonderful.
I mean, I guess what I'm hearing from staff, I mean, I guess some people are doing just fine with hybrid, but the overall impression I'm getting, and it's not a large sampling, obviously, is to them it seems like hybrid is the worst of either one. They would either rather have them full distance or full in person, but hybrid is just too much to manage. And I'm really getting very concerned about our elementary teachers in terms of them just being at the breaking point, and it's not because they're not trying. You know, they're doing everything they can to meet those expectations, but it's just, you know, every solution is bad, right? But it seems to me for a lot of teachers think that the hybrid is the worst of the three. You know, so before we would make any decisions about doing that, I'd be interested to hear, you know, how many teachers really would want to go back hybrid. I mean, I don't know if you know, you can't really provide a vote for it, but at least to get some feeling of where they're at with that. And maybe that's part of the survey that's being done now.
It's probably not a better teaching model by any means or a learning model, but it's a little bit safer. Mr. Barlow, your hand is up. And then Ms. McLaughlin, I'll come to you.
Yes, I'd like to perhaps approach this a little differently. As I look at our distant learning plan, there are 16 different metrics or components associated with the plan. The plan itself is not part of the resolution this evening, but much of the conversation that the different board members have brought forward this evening, I think in part addresses different components of the plan. That if, from my point of view, if we give a bit more thought to the plan, for instance, one of the components is communication with families. I think each of us as board members would probably readily admit that we got a lot of emails from parents saying, well, we're not, you know, how dare you not include us in the conversation? And yet one of the metrics of the plan is communication with families. And not suggesting that there's a failure, but whatever it is we are doing or did do may not be accomplishing the goal of what was envisioned. I'm simply suggesting at this point that we may need to revisit the plan in order to, whether we approve what is before us tonight or not, if we don't really consider what we have on paper and are our practices consistent with the goals we choose to desire or goals we choose to accomplish. Another one was the mental health and social emotional learning. Well, the mental health aspect offered up in the plan that there would be counselors and social workers available to any student and or parents who sensed that they had a need for. And yet in many of the emails we received, that was really the thing that many parents were, I won't say complaining, but openly sharing. I spoke with a dad who it brought me close to tears myself to hear the anguish he had as he described the struggle of his son becoming detached and despondent, and the dad was fearful of what might lie ahead. And so I'll perhaps only mention one or two other items that are part of the plan, but the assessment of learning. You know, Panorama is good, but are we really able to, because parents are complaining and saying, well, my kids aren't learning, you know, they were 4.0 students and they're, who knows where they are now. And I guess the only point, and I'll stop here, is that we have a wonderful plan that covers 16 components or metrics, and I'm just not so sure how good of a job we're doing in the implementation or the offering of these services to our community, because again, many of the emails we have received, I think, point back to areas that if the plan were fully in place, it's not the model, well, the model, the plan, okay, but I guess I just wanted to be sure that we don't overlook the plan. We're actively considering a model, what teaching model, learning model we're going to go by, but but I'm just curious to see this connection between the plan and how these other areas come into play.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin.
I just wanted to tag on to something Ms. Workman said, that I've had, as a new board member, access to the comments from the elementary teachers in the last day or two. So probably not all of them over the whole time period, but the takeaway that I took from them is, tagging on to what Ms. Workman said, is that the elementary teachers that we heard from anyway seem to indicate that the hybrid has been extremely difficult. And I took away not just for themselves as individuals, but the engagement with their students. The few that I read that really resonated with me was that now that they're in the distance learning model, they're with the same children every day, the same students. They're able to engage them. They know them. They know how to engage them, and they can smile at them, not wearing masks. Obviously it's virtual, but they can have that one-to-one contact. And what I worry about is that I'm not sure that has been two things. One, that we have that type of information from our educators. It was helpful to see that by email, but I'd be more comfortable making a decision if I had a lot more information, a lot more diverse opinions about that, to see if what they're saying is broadly considered amongst the teacher population. But also, I can get concerned that some of the community input that we had through email, are those parents really paying attention to that distance learning? Are they seeing what their children are seeing in terms of the teachers and the engagement? I focus really on that engagement, because I think that that's really important to any model that we're going to look at, and be much more comfortable if we knew much more about that engagement and making this decision that we're being asked to make. Oh, I did have one more thing. Sorry. What Mr. Barlow said about the mental health. Again, being a new board member and having a child in the school, my son goes to Mayo, and I know that they're offering mental health services, consultations, that type of thing. I want to make sure that every single family in the district knows about how to access that information. I think it's really important that, I know it came out by an email from the Mayo principal. I'm hopeful that every single student and every single parent has access to those same resources, and that we need to over communicate that to make sure that everybody knows.
Karen, thank you. That's really important. Thank you for that. Ms. Nathan, or Mr. Munoz, did you want to speak to that? Okay, Ms. Nathan.
So as I think about the two pieces of the information that we've had tonight, we've had the COVID health impact information, and now we're getting into some of the actual teaching and curriculum issues. So I just want to ask the superintendent a question before I ask my question. I think I heard you say that the COVID mitigation under a hybrid model would probably be more comprehensive than what we could offer if we sent kids back in person. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, I'll show you exactly what the difference is between the two models. Find the right page here. Okay, what's required in hybrid but not required in person is the social distancing of 6 feet at all times in the school facilities at 50% capacity, transportation at 50% capacity, and sufficient staffing levels to meet the requirements of the model. So when you go to in-person, those aren't required. Now, things that are required in both models are the masking, the PPE for student support services, routines for hygiene, education, and practices, daily cleaning, frequently cleaning of high-touch spaces. And then now with the new ones with the testing every 2 weeks, that's in either model as well. But it's really more the capacity of the building and the social distancing that is not part of the full in-person model.
Okay, and I think what we heard from what we're hearing about what we heard from Mr. Briggs was that he supported a more conservative approach or a more phased-in approach to going back, which is the hybrid first and then the in-person. So, and from what we're hearing from our staff, there are concerns about the, I think, in-person situation more than the hybrid situation from a health perspective. On the other hand, we just had a conversation about staff concerns about the difficulty of the hybrid model over the distance learning model for teaching and student engagement. So I'm struggling right now to reconcile those two preferences, because if staff feel it's safer to be hybrid, but hybrid is the more difficult model than distance learning, is really the preference to remain in distance learning before we can get to those mitigation factors like a vaccine or like having a case rate that's lower? And is hybrid really a good part of getting to where we want to be?
Well, I think you just hit the nail on the head that superintendents across the United States are struggling with. You know, earlier we were talking about mental health concerns. So the hybrid model was seen as a way to try to address some of that. And so we've been providing additional resources for mental health under the current situations. Now, you could bring everybody back full in person, and that may be better mental health wise, but it puts people more at risk because you have, you know, as Graham said, you have more people together, there's more risk. So it's kind of like what he said, there's no perfect answer, because if you go full DL, that may be safer, but is that going to increase your mental health concerns? So I agree, hybrid is much harder to teach than full in person, but the question that our team has struggled with, what's the balance there? Full in person's easier to teach, but there's a little more risk there because you're having more people together in a building. So that's what every superintendent across the United States is struggling with every day on what's the best balance where you can try to address everything that we're trying to deal with and also keep safety in mind as well. So that's the challenge.
Well, and can I just say one more thing, Director Marvin, is it goes to something that you said. We have some very specific data about the COVID case rates and the health implications and the spread. What I don't think we have, other than what we've heard in emails and social media comments, is a really comprehensive perspective on where teachers are on hybrid versus the preferences and priorities of hybrid versus distance, discounting necessarily the health piece, the actual complexities of teaching, and what else the district can do to support them in the hybrid model or the distance learning model. What we heard from a lot of teachers is, you haven't asked us, not what we would prefer, but how it's going, what we need, and I don't know, that information might help me make a better decision if I know that we're working on the educational side of the model, not just the COVID side. And I know we're doing both, but it's just the disjointedness of some of the emails we got.
Yeah, I would disagree with part of that. Maybe we haven't put out a recent survey from the district level, but at the building level, the building administrators are working daily with their staff to find out what their needs are and what they need to get support. If they're unable to provide that at the building level, then they reach out to the district to help them provide that support. A perfect example of when we listened, when we started Longfellow, what we heard was it's too difficult to teach the full day and then teach the kids that are home doing distance learning. So we made the shift to dismiss at 2:30 to give them that time to do that. So I would say that our building administrators are doing a really nice job of getting regular feedback from their teachers about how it's going and how can we support you. Have we asked them to vote? Would you prefer to do this or that? No, we haven't done that.
Okay, I see JG, and I'm so sorry, I don't know who that is, but I've seen that hand up. JG.
Dr. Garcia.
Would you mind if I
Oh,
jumped
sorry.
in?
I feel like a jerk, of course.
I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to respond to what was just said, because while I hear the superintendent say that staff have been included, I think it's really important to recognize that some have been missed. So maybe a building didn't do as good of a job compared to another building. Because I think it's really insulting to staff to say, no, you've all been included, when we got countless emails from staff saying nobody asked us.
Asked us what model they wanted?
For any kind of input. I think those of you who have been reading the same emails as I have can attest to the fact that many staff stated in their emails, we haven't been able to give our input yet. So I'm not trying to contradict you, Superintendent, but I also think it's really important to acknowledge that people don't feel heard.
Okay, and I will also remind the board that we were probably the only district in the state of Minnesota that had a task force of 160 plus individuals, with 37 of those being teachers, not counting the additional instructional coaches that were part of that 160, that developed the 3 models for our district. So most districts, it was done at the cabinet level. So did we include all 1,500 teachers? No, that goes back to what you said earlier, Melissa. In a smaller district, I could probably include my 100 teachers in everything. But when you have 1,500 teachers, it's not quite as easy to do that.
Thank you.
And I get that, but let's just not make the statement, we've got input from all the staff if we haven't.
I didn't say that. I said the buildings are so if you're aware of a building administration that's not doing that, we need to know that.
Thank you. Dr. Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I think this is kind of, or my comments, I guess, are sort of an amalgamation of all of the most recent comments. So in terms of the communication specifically, I think that is one of the concerns, and I'll go all the way back to Director Workman's comment about, we're struggling and we need to partner with other local bodies. I know that's not necessarily going to affect the vote tonight, but I think that, we can't help fix the entirety of the problem, and we need to be partnering with others like us in the local community so that we can be at least part of the solution. And I think that the way that that gets communicated is extremely important. To Director Amundsen's point, I've also been reading the emails, and there are a number of people who don't feel like they're being heard, and despite the fact that there are avenues in which they could be heard, I think we as a district need to do a better job of compiling that information, because really if administration at a particular building is doing that work, that's great. But we are the ones tonight making that decision. We don't have that comprehensive data like Director Nathan was asking for. And so if we are the ones that are to make the decision about the plan, we need to have that data. It's not going to do us any good for principals and vice principals at a school to have the data if they're not the ones that are going to be at this table making the decision. So I also feel a bit underprepared in terms of I would like to see more data in certain areas. I'll also mention my reactions to Dr. Barlow's comment about mental health, also following up on what Director McLaughlin also shared, is that, so I have been working since the pandemic started. We didn't take time off, and I've been full-time in person with some ability to adjust in my schedule at a forensic mental health hospital here in the state. And there were a number of staff members that went out for a number of the reasons that we had heard about earlier, whether they specifically were at high risk, if they were taking care of someone else, or they just wanted to take a leave of absence. And while the return of those staff members, let me back up a little bit. The leaving of the staff members and the disruption of the schedule and all of the things that we had to do to ensure the safety of our patients and staff 100% increased some of the mental health problems that we were already seeing in already a vulnerable population. The return of all those staff, at the end of the year when the supports for going out on COVID leave had ended, there was a little bit of uptick, I would say, in rebounding some of those mental health gains that maybe had been made prior to the pandemic. But then there was an additional slump because now that we're all back, they're trying to get back to like mental health homeostasis. So even if we were to go back full-time in person, we would certainly see some improvement for some people. But we're also need to be aware that there's going to be a slump at some point too, as people start to get comfortable with the fact that we're back in sort of what we would consider our previous norm. And they're going to be comfortable enough to kind of let those mental health issues flow. And so the mental health staff that we have are going to need support. And also back to Director McLaughlin's point, 100%, we are going to need to make these communications about what options are available for mental health, not just to the people who are already receiving it, but to all families and all educators and all the mental health staff, because they're the ones that are extra maxed out and extra stressed right now. And I 100% feel for them because I know that this has got to be very difficult. They're carrying a lot of weight, and we need to make sure that we have things in place for them as well, no matter what model we're choosing.
Thank you. Ms. Nathan.
So I think the difficulty that I'm having, and I'm gonna try to bring my previous comments back around, is one of the options is to reinstate the hybrid model, which we've already done, but we're hearing from some staff that they have frustrations with it and would like to see some improvements. But because we're being asked to approve it district-wide and we don't really know what those suggestions are, ways to improve it, and the staff doesn't have guarantees that their suggestions for improving it are going to be heard, that they're frustrated. The other option that's on the table is that we could go back to distance learning, which we've also heard from staff that some staff prefer. But I think we're hearing from a huge population of parents that they want their kids back in the building. We're hearing from a huge population of parents that they want them back in person, but hybrid or in person are both options that we've heard about from parents. So I guess I'm gonna ask the question again is, we've been talking about reassuring staff as far as the health mitigation and how we can assure them that the buildings are going to be safe. How can we reassure the staff that if we go back in a hybrid format, that there are going to be additional supports, tweaks, changes to address the concerns that they're bringing up? And I think talking about communication, the group we really haven't heard from in terms of what supports that they need are our parents. And I'm just going to stick with elementary right now. Is what else can we do to support our parents, support their students in the hybrid model, because or in the distance learning model, but it's really the hybrid option is what's on the table. What can we do? How can we find those out? How can we communicate with parents to find out what they need? And how can we give parents directly the support? Because I think that's the other piece that was coming through in the communication, is that parents just don't know what to do to continue to cope with supporting their students.
Well, let me see. What we could do is what we did at the end of last school year. We surveyed our parents and students and asked them how distance learning went and suggestions for making it better. And we made those changes to make distance learning better for our secondary students. So that can be done. I guess at that opportunity, I mean, we also asked the same questions to parents. So at that time, they could share with us how we could better support them. From that survey we did, that's when we came up with the tech support from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There's a line that they can call and get tech support. So we do listen to them and try to accommodate recommendations that they provide. So that can be done again as we did at the end of last school year.
And I'm just wondering.
Great start.
Yeah, I'm just wondering again, with the hybrid model, especially being problematic for so many families and staff, if the plan was to send kids back, elementary kids back hybrid, and if we can't send K through 5 back the same time hybrid, can we? Okay,
No.
so there has to be 2 weeks in between. I think part of the problem is hybrid and then other kids hybrid and then full face-to-face. We keep changing the plans. But if we said, okay, we'll try distance learning till the 19th, and then little kids will go back hybrid, and then the 3rd through 5th graders will go back hybrid, and we'll stay with the hybrid model for maybe a month. And I keep thinking, foolishly maybe, that if we can get to March, maybe by then we'll have the vaccine and it'll be more realistic to go back, full face-to-face, that there's something we might be able to look forward to. But anyway, that there will be those planning days before the kids go back to school where every school can get together and the teachers can say, this is why hybrid is so tough. What is this building going to do differently? What do our parents need? And they'd have the time to try stuff so that they wouldn't be so stressed, and maybe the parents would get a better sense of what help is available for them too. I guess right now I'm just concerned about having kids going through 3 models in a fairly short period of time, kids and families. Okay, Ms. Amundson.
So many buttons to find on here. So I still had a bunch of questions, and I realized we've now moved ahead to discussion and debate of the options. So Chair Marvin, would you like to give me direction whether or not I should continue with the vein we're in or hit the rewind button and go back to questions?
The vein you're in terms of?
Well, we're debating the pros and cons of the model, whereas I was still in the mode of just getting some facts and questions answered for people.
Okay, well, I think what we're looking at here is, the resolution that we have is to give the superintendent the authority to implement the model. And the model that's on paper is the one where kids go back to.
Yeah, I think you're maybe
the one.
Understanding my question, which is fine. I'll just jump in. So we're talking about pros and cons of hybrid and in-person and distance. And even though I haven't gotten all my facts yet, I continue to feel like we might be just a little early for jumping back to hybrid. And here's why. Even though I understand that the concerns of families about their childcare issues and the quality of their children's education and their mental health are all really, really, really important and really valid and really making people's lives difficult. There's 3 reasons that I think we might be doing this just a little too soon. Number 1, we haven't seen if there's going to be the full post-holiday spike. Number 2, we do not know the effects of this variant. And when I read about the UK having to have just locked down again, I mean, the consistency in education for children and for the educators, I think, is really important. And I think it would be worse to start sending them back hybrid just to have to pull the plug again in 2 or 3 weeks. I think the kids have a routine right now, the educators have a routine right now, and I'm afraid of that whiplash. And number 3, the vaccinations are right around the corner for our staff. And with tons of apology to the families who I know are suffering and at the end of their ropes. And I wish that we had been able to put out some communications to parents, not again a vote. I'm not asking for a vote, I'm asking for input. And we got a lot of it by email, but I'm not sure that it was a representative sampling. What I would like to know is, hey families, we know this is tough. Can you hang in there for just a couple more weeks so that we can get a little bit more predictability of these variables that we're dealing with? The whether or not, we saw on Mr. Briggs' charts, we were going down and we just spiked. We don't know which direction that's going to go, and I know it's going to go all over the place depending on different variables. But if we're heading into a spike because number one, post-holiday, and number two, the variant, then it's really premature for us to say, oh, well, we understand that people are at their wits' end. Let's send them back because we're starting, the crowds are getting restless. I don't think that's good decision making. I don't think that's based on data and reason and rationale. I think it's based on reaction to the vocal and deservedly vocal. I am not telling the families who have emailed us that we don't care about what they're saying or that we don't think their concerns are important. They are, but they can't be our number one driving force behind our decisions. So I don't know if we're weighing in at this point, but I'm going to go ahead and weigh in and say, can we just delay the decision just a little bit longer? Just even if it's a couple of weeks. I know we don't want to have to start in on this long discussion again, but my gut feeling, which is not, I'm not an expert, but my gut feeling is that we'd be moving them back, we'd see a risk, and we'd be where the UK is, where the governor says shut down. I don't know. I really don't know, but I'm not comfortable with all of the question marks right now, and I think just a little bit more time would give us that and move us closer to the vaccination, even if it's not our staff members getting the vaccination. As the healthcare workers are getting the vaccination, those numbers will start to drop naturally, regardless of what happens. With every extra day, every extra week that we give those vaccinations a chance, every one person that gets vaccinated spreads it to a number of people fewer. So right now we're at the beginning of a natural decline in the numbers, and I don't think it's just because we're impatient, just because there are people who really are at the end of their ropes. It may not be the right time. I think distance learning is healthier in all ways, both for the safety of the people involved and for the educational consistency of the students and staff.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Mr. Munoz, did you want to respond to that?
No, I would just say, the resolution that's before you is with hybrid, with eventually move to full in person. I have also given Michelle a different resolution if you would choose to move to full in person starting on the 19th. And then it sounds like there's some discussion about starting hybrid, but staying in hybrid for more than a 2-week period like we're recommending, or there's a recommendation to stay DL. So I think either there has to be amendment to the resolution that's in front of you, or we vote on that one. And I don't know, I just think looks like I've heard 4 different options that have been discussed. So I think we owe it to our families that we land on one of those 4 so we can inform them on what's ahead. But, I'll go back to what Graham said when we started tonight. There's not one good, perfect answer to this. And one option has some pluses and negatives, whereas the other option will have different positives and negatives towards it.
Okay, let me see if I've track this sort of right. But right now, we sort of have four options. One is to go back on the 19th with a proposal, hybrid, and then distance learning with the option, hybrid and then face-to-face, full face-to-face. One is to delay the decision for a couple of weeks, just maybe at the next board meeting, see if we know anything else, or set a date in February to make the decision. Another option is to stay distance learning until whatever date we decide. And then the fourth one is to go back on the 19th hybrid, the gradual roll-in hybrid, and then stay with hybrid until we can go to full face-to-face, possibly in March sometime. Am I missing something there?
Can I ask the superintendent a question about that?
Yes.
So, superintendent, if we talk about that last option, which is to go hybrid and then stay until a later date, would we still have to have the 2-week phase in if we were to go to in-person? Would we still only be, so if we decided to stay in hybrid for 6 weeks instead of 4, and then we decided to go back to in-person, would we still have to only bring in pre-K through 2 and then 2 weeks? That just pushes everything back.
No, I know what you're asking. I think my understanding, the way it stands now, yes, we would have to, but as we're learning, things change in a day or two. I mean, you know, they could change and say, no, you don't have to do that slow. I mean, my thinking is why the governor is saying the slow rollout is so you don't bring so many kids in, to buy us more time, to kind of like what Melissa's saying, to buy us a little time before we just bring everybody in. And I think that's the rationale behind the 3 grade levels at a time. My understanding based on the meetings I've been in the last few weeks, yes, we would still have to do that, but we could submit that question and find out for sure. But then that could change too. They, you know, in a month from now, if, you know, like the concerns that Melissa mentioned hit our state, then most likely our guidance is going to change along with that.
Ms. McLaughlin, and then Ms. Workman.
There we go.
Karen,
I'm here.
okay.
I just wanted to touch on a few things based on what Ms. Amundsen said, that I agree in the sense that it might just be a timing thing, in the sense that we had the holiday time and the winter break where our educators weren't in the buildings to seek their input. You know, I think it's just perhaps a matter of bad timing, and that if we can delay things, we can, you know, remedy some of those things. I did also want to speak briefly about the Ms. Nathan's comments about the parent input that we have about getting back into the building. I've read those comments and I take them to heart, but one of my worries is that I equate those statements of being back in the building as to being back to normal. And what I took away from the elementary experience with being in the buildings in the fall is that it was not normal. And it was hard enough for those younger kids that I think it would be equally hard for the older kids. That being back in the buildings, you know, particularly as a mom of a high schooler, they like to interact. And I think the one thing that we haven't talked about yet is that our high schools are big. There are a lot of kids there. So if we go back to an in-person model in the building, as these parents are talking about, the risk of transmission, given what Mr. Briggs was talking about earlier, both with staff and our older students, is a higher risk. And I want to make sure that we're clear about that. I also just want to touch briefly on the concept of mental health. One of the things that I felt like was underlying some of those comments is that some of these students haven't encountered, or the parents haven't encountered, mental health concerns previously. And I worry that there's a stigma about mental health symptoms that I want to make sure that people understand that we need to remove that stigma. If kids are having these symptoms, it's normal. They need to get the help for it. And what I took away from some of those messages was that some of those students who perhaps have not had these symptoms before are feeling sense of isolation and detachment, that I'm hopeful that our teachers can engage with them more, with some more communication between the students and the parents and the teachers to identify those students so that the teachers can work to draw them out of that isolation while they're in distance learning. That I think that the teachers have that ability in their distance learning classrooms to do that. I think it's just a matter of communication to recognize which kids are struggling. The example I would use is perhaps some of those kids don't turn their cameras on. You know, that perhaps the teachers just need to spend a little bit more time, you know, having that conversation with the students to see what's going on and to see, you know, perhaps why their grades are dropping, or they're not getting their homework done, or they're just appearing like they aren't normally are. That I think that that's one of the potential things that I would ask our educators to look at. But I guess I go back to that idea that back to school does not mean back to normal in our pandemic. And I think that that's the reality that we're dealing with.
Good point. Thank you. Ms. Workman.
Okay. Yeah, Karen, I really liked what you said. I thought it was very succinct and to the point. I guess that's redundant with these concerns. And that, you know, when parents talk about my kid isn't on task, expecting them, my kid's going to be in front of that computer and they're on task the entire time. I got news for them. Their kids aren't on task the entire day at school either. So some of that's normal. And perhaps if we could do a better job of explaining to parents of what normal behavior involvement looks like, that their child's, to them, abnormal behavior is really not abnormal. That's number one. Number two, going back to the discussion of what happens on the 19th. Do we go to hybrid? Do we continue with distance learning? What happens if we go back to hybrid and then a week later, everything hits the fan and, oh my gosh, we're going to go to distance learning. And then we're there for another couple of weeks. Now let's go back to hybrid again. And I think part of the problem is it's a constant yo-yo. We're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. That I would feel more comfortable with continuing with the distance learning model that we're on now, probably through the 19th. I don't know how much time parents need to adjust. That's something that the superintendent would probably be more capable of answering than I am. But it's that lack of consistency and that lack of, or that unknown of, are we going to stay in this model or aren't we going to stay in this model? Also, you know, we don't know when the vaccine is coming, and I fear that we are running a marathon. We don't know if we're in mile 2 or mile 25, and that's part of the problem. And COVID fatigue is real. I'm just, you know, I'm thankful that my kids aren't in school anymore because, oh my gosh, I get how hard it is. And then something I said earlier that Jess jumped on that I was appreciative of is, how do we get the rest of the community involved in this? You know, because we can't solve this by ourselves. Mental health services, if that's what they need, whatever it is, has to be more coordinated. And I have no idea where to start, but somehow it has to happen. So I'll leave it to my board colleagues to figure that one out as to how we might proceed, if that's something that they're interested in doing. But, you know, talk about feeling isolated. I feel like the school district is isolated on this issue that we are trying to solve myriad problems, none of which is anybody's fault, but is really impacting everybody negatively. So I'll get off my soapbox for at least the next 3 minutes.
Okay, Ms. Nathan.
So I'm looking at the calendar of the proposal and then some of the dates that came up in Graham Briggs's presentation. And if they say, you know, it takes 14 days maybe to see what the impact of the holiday surge is, that's the week that we would be going back in hybrid. And then the potential of first availability of the vaccine, first availability would be the week of February 1st when pre-K through 2 and 3 through 5 would both be in hybrid at that point. We know that just because the vaccine might be available at the beginning of February, it might take a few weeks and probably the entire month to get through both doses. So talking about what Dr. Amundsen said about some of the factors that she was considering, we're really not talking until the end of February until we see the COVID health factors being perhaps resolved, where we won't have some certainty about the COVID health piece. So that's something that I'm trying to keep in mind. However, simultaneously, I know that when we were in hybrid before November, we had cases in the classroom, and Superintendent, I think I heard you say that there was only one building where we were, I think you said, one staff member away from having to close the entire building down. But for the most part, it was shutting down at most a classroom at a time for a 14-day quarantine, which is now shorter. Is that right?
Yes, we actually had to close down Rail and Phoenix for 14 days, and we were one staff short of having to close down one of our elementaries. I would say probably, I think there was at one time where we had one building where we had to quarantine multiple classrooms, but most typically it was one or two classrooms in a building for a 14-day period.
So I guess the thing I'm trying to raise to my consciousness is that it's not either or. We do have the ability to address COVID cases and spread a classroom at a time as if we go back into session, let's say the 19th, we do have that. I mean, we have to do it, right? We have to quarantine if we have a COVID case, but we're able to manage the spread and the cases as they come up. We don't want anybody to catch COVID, but what I heard from Graham Briggs and his information from the health side is that it would be safest, I know we don't like that word, but to start in hybrid from a COVID perspective. I'm not sure it would be safest from a family support, student support, to go back to distance learning. I don't know where my scale is 100% on that, but I think there is enough benefit from that in-person, even if it's just 2 days a week for our elementary students, to lessen the burden on the parents of full-time distance learning, lessen the burden of the students of not having the direct teacher contact. And as long as I can be guaranteed that we're really going to listen to our teachers in the near term and say, how can we support you through this transitional time, I might be able to support staying with hybrid to begin. I'm not sure I know what week I want to start yet. I know the 19th is our first option, but I am weighing into what Director Amundsen said about maybe delaying that, which I understand, Superintendent, is our option. We can choose our start date to go back hybrid.
Yes, it just can't be before the 18th.
Okay, right. So I'm just kind of laying out where I'm at right now.
Okay, so the way I'm seeing it now, again, I think we have three options. One, to use the model that we have in front of us, going back, send the kids back beginning January 19th. Another is to stay with distance learning for everyone, and then perhaps have a date, set a date at which time we will reconsider. Can we move to the next thing? Whether that's 3 weeks from now, a month from now, whatever. The third one is to use the model proposed, but to stay in hybrid, not to move to face-to-face at all until after we have another meeting and reconsider. And again, we could set the date for that reconsideration as well. Am I missing anything? Am I missing a different model? Are we at a point where we want to vote, where we want to talk about those three?
Can I ask the
I mean,
superintendent another question?
Okay, here's just the thing. Many of you have said the community needs an answer from us today, and even if the answer is, this is what we're going to do until such and such a date, I think that we need to tell them on January 19th, I mean, what to get ready for on January 19th. And maybe it's going to be more of the same. We're not going to change the model now, but I think we have to tell them something rather than we're going to leave you hanging because we need more time. And a couple of these things actually give the community more time, give the board more time to find out what the way forward is in terms of how things are going to be hitting Rochester. Okay, sorry, Kathy, I interrupted.
Superintendent, I assume we're meeting with the COVID Advisory Task Force is meeting every week?
Every other week.
Every other week. So at what point, if we make a decision tonight to go back on the 19th, and if we receive new information about COVID cases or a spike, will you be in touch with Graham Briggs, who might then recommend maybe it's not time to do it on the 19th because the circumstances have changed?
Yeah, that could happen. And not only is Graham on our district COVID advisory team, as he shared with you tonight, I'm also part of the group, the Southeast Superintendents, that meets with public health weekly. And I can tell you our district COVID people that were joined us earlier this evening have a direct line to the county public health. So we're in constant communication with them. I think whatever decision the board lands on tonight, we always are going to have to communicate. Things may change and we have to adjust. And I think that's just something that we'll have to communicate that, and we've done that in the past. This is where we're at now, but 2 weeks from now, the governor may come out and I know Wednesday he's supposed to announce opening up more things, but he could come back 2 weeks later and say, we're clamping down more, and then we would have to adjust our plan based on that information.
Mr. Barlow.
Yes, well, two quick things. The superintendent / board said we would notify the community no later than the 8th of January as to what we would do next. So I think we're in a great position to make that decision tonight as to what next might be or what next will be for whatever length of time. Now, having said that, our original plan had built in already the proviso of should circumstances change, the superintendent could have the ability to implement that change or advise us, depending on the flow of things. So I think we're good. It's just a matter of the resolution that's before us. We'll leave, and whatever we will do with it. But I think we're kind of headed in the right direction now.
Okay.
It could have something to do with the time, but I think we're headed in the right direction.
Well, there's that. Okay, and I think what I'm looking for now is specific direction on how you want to make this decision. Do we want to just go around and each person, I see your finger, Mr. Munoz, give a suggestion, or Mr. Munoz, do you have an idea?
Well, a couple things. One, and I'm afraid to even throw this out there because that's going to probably add to the conversation, but part of the resolution and information that was shared with you tonight, a decision has to be made on high school sports. So no matter what model you choose, a part of that model is a decision on high school sports. To be honest with you, based on what I've heard from various board members, I almost think you have to see if there's a motion to amend the current resolution. If there is, then, and it gets a second, then that's what we vote on that. But I think majority of people have shared where they're at on what model we should do. I think we can adjust the resolution to fit any of those 3 or 4 different options that are being discussed. But I just want to be really clear that whatever one of those 4 it is, part of that decision needs to be on, because I have parents and athletes and coaches and activities directors that are probably still watching the meeting, wanting to know, can they start practice tomorrow?
Okay, now maybe fatigue talking on my part, but I am not seeing anything in and maybe I'm just not seeing it in the resolution about sports.
No, it was just part of, no, it's just part of the presentation, but we need to know what the board wants to do on that. So if you want to have a separate conversation about that, we can do that.
Okay. So that's the Minnesota State High School League has given permission for kids to go back to sports, and the board needs to decide if we're going to approve that. Okay, at this point, is there, Karen, you have an idea? You're the attorney here. Give us the plan for making the decision. Or don't, just say whatever you wanted to say.
I guess I was thinking back to our discussion, and I have a question for Superintendent Munoz. Have we gotten through everything you wanted to tell us about this plan for the secondary students? Well, because I think that relates to the sports as well.
One of the things that I was asked to share, two, and I shared one, what we learned from our consultation this afternoon, that if the board would choose to direct us to come back with a recommendation for a model to start bringing secondary students back into school, we could do that and have that ready for the next meeting. So I shared that piece. The other thing that I was asked to share is, but if we would go to a hybrid model, what would it look like at the secondary level? And just a few things. Right now, they're currently running a block schedule. They would have to go back to an 8-period day in order to work the lunch in for students that would be in the building on those days. So we would go back to our traditional periods like we have. They would follow the same model as the elementary, where one group would be in person Monday, Tuesday, another group Thursday, Friday, and Wednesdays would be full DL, or could do what the high school is doing, DL with specific supports during that day. What we're thinking that it would be asynchronous teaching. Basically, we think this, and talking to the building administrators and teacher leaders, that probably the best way to do that would be basically doing their in-person instruction very similar to how they're doing it now in front of their computer, but they would also have students in their classroom hearing that instruction, while those that were at home on their computer getting the same instruction that the students were getting in person that day. So that's what we're looking at, that the actual instructional piece would be. So students would still have, they would follow their 8-period day. I have English first period. If I'm on the Monday, Tuesday group, I'm going to be in person for English on Monday, Tuesday, and then on Thursday, Friday, I would be distance learning. I'd be in the class virtually versus physically being in the classroom at that time. That's pretty much all I wanted to share on that piece, but that very similar schedule-wise that we do with the elementary hybrid, but we would have to shift, like I said, back to the 8-period day versus the block schedule where we're doing Monday, they're doing four classes, and then Tuesday, they're doing the other 4.
Okay, and the idea there was that with the teacher would be at school teaching as teachers would be there teaching as they usually do. There's the camera. There would be kids in class who would be interacting with that teacher. Students at home would be seeing exactly the same thing. They wouldn't have that same level of interacting in person, but they would be able to ask questions and that kind of thing. Okay.
Yes.
Good. And I think that's really important for our families to know that this has been in discussion with building administrators, with cabinet for a long time, the plan to get high school kids and middle school kids back.
Yep.
It's just the numbers haven't been ripe for us to do so yet.
But yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you, and then also share with, like I said, what we learned from our consultation, that because I know you were getting questions on how can surrounding districts do it that have the same county data we have. Well, you don't have to follow your recommendation from the consultation. That's how you're able to do that. So we have that ability to do that as well. I think personally, I think hybrid can be done the way we just described it. It's not going to be easy, just like we've learned from the elementary teachers, that hybrid is not as easy as if everybody was there. So keep that in mind. But so if once you decide on what we should do at the elementary, if you would direct us to find a way to bring secondary students into the buildings, we could come back with a recommendation at our next January meeting and share with you what that could look like.
Okay, and board members, can we agree that we would like to give that directive now, that we'd like to see that model at the second January regular meeting? No? Melissa, yes? Just to see a model.
I've had my hand up for a while because I'm not even done with my questions. I know everybody else is ready to move on with this, and I apologize for that, but I don't feel in good conscience that just because it's at 10 at night, I can be rushed into any kind of decision without having had all of my questions answered. But that being said, my personal goal for high school is that at some point before the end of the year that we have the kids back in the classroom, because I think we're at that light at the end of the tunnel point. And I think people want an answer, but I think it's too early to put a time frame on it. I think sending a message that we expect that if we hold on just a little bit longer and things don't unusually get worse, I mean, the kinds of things you can't foresee with your crystal ball. But I think it's reasonable to give people the message. Our aim is, our goal is, and our expectation is that sometime before the end of the year, you'll be back so that you'll have at least a little bit of that in-person experience. I continue to feel like right now is a really bad time for us to be making decisions that have dates attached because we see the spike on the Olmsted County.
Okay, and I think, and I apologize if I'm hearing you wrong. What the superintendent said is, would the board like to see a model about how that might look? Not in terms of dates.
There are no dates attached, because then people, as long as there are no dates attached, because people latch on to that and they don't hear the small print that says, this could change, or, just don't even attach a date, because I think we're in trouble now where we might want to put the brakes on, but we've already put out that communication to families to expect to be back, and we've almost locked ourselves into a decision that might not be the best one.
Well, and I think that we have to make the decision about mainly what are we going to tell families, and maybe the decision is staying in distance learning.
Well,
not what you want to, but
one of the questions that I really needed answered that I was hoping we wouldn't have gotten to this point yet, so I'm going to back it up just a little bit, is could somebody please remind me where our numbers were when we pulled the plug on any face-to-face, when we went from hybrid to distance? What was the number and what is the number now? I know I should have written that down from the presentation before, but we don't have, am I correct? We don't have Mr. Briggs' PowerPoint available for us to, I looked for it and couldn't find it on board docs. So can somebody remind me of the number?
Yeah, I don't know if a cabinet member remembers the exact number, but it was over 50, because when you got over 50, you had to go to district-wide DL.
And the most recent number is where?
77.
We're at 77 right now today.
We were at 125, 125.4 when we moved to DL.
125.
Excuse me.
And we're at 75 now. Okay. But we see the graph going up, and I know that could go back down again next week, but I just think, when we've seen a dramatic turnaround, is the wrong time for us to be talking about it. So.
Yeah, we were, I think a week ago, Amy, weren't we right at 50 a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago?
Yes, before the holiday break, we were heading down toward 50. Graham had told us that, and those were very local numbers that he provided. And then now, since we've come back up to 77.7 in the 7 day.
Okay, Ms. Workman. You're muted.
I will be very brief. I absolutely concur with everything that Director Amundsen said, so I won't repeat it. Thank you, Melissa. Well done.
Okay, if somebody has something new to say that can get us towards making a decision about what we're going to tell the community, not what we're going to do in March or April, but what we're going to tell the community. Let's focus on that.
Dr. Marvin, I'd like to move us closer to at least making a decision about the next steps with a report from the superintendent on the secondary plan. Without any dates attached, I would like to see a secondary plan come back to the board. But given that we have pretty much already said we're not changing the secondary model next week or even the week after, there is going to still be some time that secondary is in distance learning. So I would also like whatever the superintendent brings to the board to be a conversation about how secondary parents can be more supported in their efforts to support their students in secondary. Maybe it's a reiteration of what we're already doing on the Wednesdays and our mental health work. Maybe there's some additional ideas that have come up since then. But I think our secondary parents need to hear what they can do now in the current distance learning situation and what they might be able to look forward to in the future moving back into the building and maybe helping them cope somehow throughout that time period.
I guess I didn't do a very good job of explaining myself. What I was asking, if the board wants us to start working on a plan to get them back in, the secondary students in the buildings, that would be, I mean, pretty much what I shared with you. I don't know what more I would share 2 weeks from now that different than one group's a Monday, Tuesday, another group's this. I mean, probably a little more detail, but I guess my question was, is there a desire by the board to get our secondary students in the buildings? And if there is, then we can start working on that. We'd probably put some dates on it and all of that, but I guess that was the purpose of my question. We found out today an answer to a lot of questions you were getting from parents on what do we have to do to be like our surrounding districts. Well, we had our consultation and we can just choose to ignore their recommendation and bring him in. So the question was, is that what you want us to do or not?
Ms. Nathan, it looks like you wanted to answer that.
Well, I would like to see a plan, but I don't know that I want the plan to come with a request to make a decision on the same meeting. Because I think the other point we heard from the parents, especially of secondary, is that they wanted to see a plan and they wanted to be able to give some feedback. So if there's some way to have a community question and answer session or presentation to the community where they could give some feedback on it before it comes to us for a decision, so we're not playing this sort of, halfway game of here's a plan, we don't really know how people feel about it, we got 100 emails about it, and we're hashing it out at the board meeting. I think we've got a little bit of a window of time to really communicate to our secondary community who feel, for whatever reason, out of the loop, because this is a big move for them that is different than anything that they've done this year so far. So that's all I'm asking for.
And I think part of that presentation too has to be, what are the metrics going to be? How is the determination going to be made in terms of when? You know, here's what we're looking at in terms of the how it's going to look. Give us feedback on that, and then these are the data we're going to use to determine when. So I think if we can get those two things, that would be great.
It would be helpful if the board wants us to stray away from the guidances that our numbers would have to be at 30 or lower to start bringing secondary students in. Is that the number you want us to stick on? Or I guess we would need a little more guidance on that. I mean, we found out today that we can bring them in without waiting till we get to 30. So where's the board on that part? Is it 50? Is it 30? I guess just a little more help in that part would be helpful.
Okay, and I'm just thinking that if you and the cabinet and building principals could come up with, this is how we would do it, and these are the numbers that we would use, and then present that to the board, and then get feedback on that. Does that seem reasonable?
I would also submit that we need to be on a downward trend, not an upward trend, before we even talk about it.
Okay, and
so it's not always just the number, it's also the trend.
Right. Okay.
And Director Marvin, if I could just jump in here, apologize if I'm not. If we're taking some time to get parent input, I would like to see some educator input as well. When I'm hearing just on first blush this description of teaching remotely and teaching in the classroom at the same time, I would like to hear teacher feedback as to what they think of that and how they think that will go for them. My reason for saying that is, as I've heard some distance learning teachers talk, is they teach differently for their distance learning classes than they do for their in-person classes. They use some different tools, they do some different things. They know that best, and I'd like to hear at least some sort of feedback from them. I don't know what form it would take. I'll leave that up to the superintendent.
I think that's great. Melissa or Kathy, do you have anything else? I see your hands up. Go ahead.
I wanted to loop back to the sports direction and just say I am super opposed to contact sports like wrestling being back in person, with my apologies to the wrestling people over other practices that may be able to take place more safely. Like I heard Mr. Briggs clearly say tennis and cross country are manageable. Wrestling is extremely risky in his own words. So if you're looking for direction about sports, I don't feel like it's an all or nothing question. I just wanted to make sure I weighed in there.
Good, and thank you for that. Can we, and that's important, and we have to come back to that. Can we do the elementary plan first and then talk about the sports?
I was afraid you were going to move on without, like, we've moved past my questions, so that's why I'm going out of order.
Okay, we will not move beyond your questions. So, 3 models. Model is proposed. Stay with distance learning and perhaps set a date at which we will reconsider. Or the model is proposed, but bring the kids back hybrid and keep them in hybrid until the date where they can go, to a date to be determined, perhaps.
I would feel most comfortable if we're moving towards hybrid, which I see the value in, and I recognize that we're back to the numbers when we were operating in hybrid before. So there's, we need to have a data-driven decision, not react to the emotions of the emails we're getting on both sides. Mm-hmm. If we're looking at data and we were operating at this number in hybrid before, then we can operate in that number in hybrid again, as long as we're not seeing an upward trend. So again, my concern is we tell people that we're going to come back and start back in 2 weeks, but then meanwhile we've spiked. So we would need to either clearly communicate that we're seeing a spike in Olmsted County right now, which could completely reverse this decision. So please don't get whiplash if in 2 weeks we're changing our mind again. I mean, somehow put that in all caps, bright red, at the very beginning of the communication, because people are, upset enough already, and I'm afraid this whiplash effect is going to inflame those emotions even more. So if we're just looking at data, if we could do it in hybrid before at this number, we can do it in hybrid again now, unless the spike gets worse. That's where I am with this. So if we change our messaging just a little bit, I would be okay with promoting the back to hybrid. I don't think it's wise to give a date for when we expect to be back full everybody in person. I mean,
right.
I'm not at all comfortable with that, because I think there are way too many variables, and I think we should take that off the table.
No,
so
but my suggestion was, if we do that, then we give them the date at which time we will reconsider, unless things go south before that, but that you can expect that at this date, we will meet again to determine if we can go to face or not.
But we're going to have to work really hard to reverse the communication that's already happened, because now I think people have it on their calendars with this day we're back full time. So right. I think it's going to take twice as much communication now.
Okay, and it's if we go to that model. Karen.
Yeah. Actually, I've changed my answer from what I said earlier. You had asked me about how to proceed procedurally, and I've had more time to think about it. In listening to what Ms. Amundsen just said too, I think that the resolution actually has those dates in it, if I recall correctly. And my suggestion would be, not as an attorney, but as the research that I did on the Roberts Rules recently, that I kind of gave myself a crash course on that. I think we should vote on separate resolutions for each, so that our record is clear and our documents are clear as to what it is that we're voting on, so that we're all on the same page, and vote them up or down each resolution. That would be my input, subject to what other people think.
Okay, and when you're saying each resolution,
I think we have one, and we can address that, and then I think we would have to orally amend that to meet our other two options that we're looking at. And I know that might be hard for Michelle, but I can't think of another option. I just want to make sure that if someone looks back at the resolutions, that they know what it is that we decided tonight, because it is fairly complicated.
Okay.
I like those suggestions.
Okay. If that works, yeah, Ms. Workman, go ahead.
It might be easier just to vote the entire thing down and start over with a different resolution, rather than trying to take it apart and put it back together again.
Or
we've done that before. Or what?
I'm sorry, I was going to say perhaps we could take a short recess and prepare the amendments for when we come back.
Well, depending on whatever one you land on, there's only 2 sentences in the entire resolution that you have to change. There's like 2 paragraphs that really spell out what we're going to do. I think right now it says.
Point those out, Mike.
Now, I do not have the resolution on. I can open it up here in just a second.
Okay, it says, be it resolved, the School Board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to implement the following new elementary learning model beginning on January 19th, 2021. Hybrid pre-K to grade 5 with a rolling start and distance learning plus grade 6 to 12. And, excuse me, be it further resolved, School Board of, notification to the school board to select and implement a different learning model for the school district or any specific school buildings without school board action. So it's mainly just that one part.
Sentence. Right.
It's that one part. It could be amended to say, be it resolved, the school board directs the superintendent to implement the following new elementary learning model beginning on January 19th, 2021. And then we could put in there
And it
what,
says nothing about inpatient, or it says nothing about in-person. Yeah, I'm ready to go inpatient right now.
well, yeah, that was in the whereases. The inpatient part was in the whereases. So is it your thinking that we want to implement a rolling start model with hybrid learning until, well, and the way it is now, everybody would be going back on March. I mean, we'd have everybody back in person on March 1st with that model. So if we say we want a rolling start hybrid model for elementary students, do we want to have a date at which we will reconsider? Or do we want to have a date? I mean, we could say until March 1st, which is what it says now. That's when the whole thing would be rolled in and would begin. Melissa.
I would ask the superintendent how much time would be required to prepare for that and work that date backwards. I mean, I'm not saying that the plan that is proposed isn't implementable. I don't have that crystal ball, but it could be, we could be aiming for that date for in-person. We just don't have all of the information yet. So I would ask the superintendent if we're still going to mentally hope for that date. I'm not going to say aim for that date, but hope for that date. When would we need to make the final decision?
Well, we would need a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks to make sure we have adequate staff in order to implement either hybrid or a move to full in person. Because as we shifted to DL, we didn't hire some positions because we knew we wouldn't need them in a DL model. So I would say at least 2 weeks. And that's kind of what we were from the 8th to the 18th, gives us that 2-week window to make sure we got all our staff lined up and we know which kids are DL and which ones are this, and get staff matched up.
So what date would you want?
Well, we would want to implement whatever it is on the 19th. And if we make the decision tonight, that gives us enough time to make that change, whatever it is.
I'm sorry, I think we were talking more about if we keep going down the road towards full in-person on the date that was originally proposed, but like I said, I think we should remove that date from it being circled on people's calendars and just say we're going to let you know one more time before we can confirm that choice. What date would that further discussion have to take place? I'm sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense.
No, I think you're saying if we say we start hybrid, you're saying how much time would we need to make that shift to full in person?
Well, yes and no. I'm saying I think we should remove that date from our public communication. I don't think we should say, I'm scrolling back through so I can get the actual date, March 1st. So if we're hoping, or no, February 16th for pre-K through 2, full in person. I think we should erase that date from the calendar because I'm not comfortable at all saying that people are going to get so mad if the conditions change out from under us. And putting it out there as, you know, now families are going to be so relieved we finally got a date. We'll be back to normal on February 16th, whereas I don't have a whole lot of confidence in that. So if we do want to move back towards that, and we do want to reconsider it one more time before then, how much time would you need? I mean, are we just going to be talking about it at the next board meeting and moving that fast? Because I would remove it from consideration at all then.
We would need 2 weeks from when the board makes a final decision on whatever model it's going to be to implement it.
And we have a meeting on February 2nd. Oh, Kathy and I are in the same.
We have a meeting January 8th. Is it 18th or 19th? Yes. 19th.
Mm-hmm.
But we could still give you an answer about the full in person on February 2nd. If we go back to hybrid, we give it a little bit of time to see which direction the county numbers are moving. We could still delay that portion of the decision. I mean, I'm still on the fence about hybrid, you know, boom on the, I'm sorry, I'm bad with dates. On the 19th, I'm still on the fence with that, but I'm a little reassured if I just think about the numbers and only the numbers. But it's that full in-person thing that's got me really skittish.
I guess I would, what you could do is you're going to say we are going to, on the 19th, start pre-K2 hybrid, 2 weeks later start 3-5 hybrid. And then on this date, we're going to stay in that hybrid model until on this date, we'll make a decision if we're going to change. But if you decide to change, we would need 2 weeks before we could implement that.
So that would mean a February 2nd decision would allow us to implement it on February 16th.
Right.
As long as we know that it's a possibility and you're
Right.
to think about it and everything.
Yeah.
But I would just hate to put that out for the parents that, you know, because we might not be moving that direction. The spike might be going up again. We don't know yet.
Well,
So-
we've been careful to communicate with people that we're in a pandemic. Yes, we told you we would try to give you a 6-week window of when, you know, decisions would be changed or made, but something may happen that 4 weeks, which we did this last time, we made the decision to go to full DL before the 6-week time period because things just went the wrong direction. We had to make that change.
Yeah, and I know we're doing, you know, communicating, but I think it's not being heard necessarily as clearly as we would like. So I'm just saying we might need to be a little bit more bolder in our communication.
Good point. And are we at a point now, and I know there are a bunch of hands up, so let's get feedback to this, a point now where we want the proposal to be that we will begin a hybrid rollout beginning on January 19th, 2 weeks K2, and then 3-5 come back, and whatever that 2 weeks is, and then on February, and we will stay hybrid until, or distance learning, family's option, until February 2, when the board will meet to determine if we are going to change the model. That will be the decision date.
Right, but I believe we'll be in hybrid until February. The earliest date that we could switch from hybrid to in-person is the 16th. So
Right.
we make a decision
Exactly.
on the 2nd, but there would not be a change until 2 weeks later.
So they would plan on being distance learning until the 19th, and then about a month in hybrid or distance learning. Does that seem, is that the direction that we're going as a board? Julie, you're shaking your head.
I'm really confused. I missed the leap from we made a decision that we're going to start in hybrid on January 19th. I don't know how we got to that point, and I'm really sorry, but I'm not quite as attentive as I would like to be because we haven't had a break for a while, and I know we don't want to have a break at all, so we can get this over with, which I disagree with. But that being said, have we made a decision that we are starting hybrid on the 19th? Because that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if I'm comfortable starting with hybrid on the 19th, because Jean, that's what you just said. We're starting hybrid on the 19th.
There's been no motion to amend the resolution to that, so I guess there really hasn't been a decision made on that. I guess somebody could make a motion to amend the resolution to that, and then y'all could vote on it.
Yeah, that's a proposal. It hasn't been moved yet. That is a proposal.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question before we get to resolution amendments? Superintendent, we've had a lot of discussion tonight. I know it's a lot, and I know, I honor the recommendation that comes from the people on the COVID task force and you and your cabinet, and I know you all want what's best for our students and our staff. I really truly believe that. And I think having a good, healthy discussion, debating all sides of the issue and seeing if there are holes in the plan is what's the school board's job, to have due diligence to the community and the people we represent. So I think we've had that for the most part. But what I want to ask you is, having listened to our concerns, having listened to the concerns we've received from the public and the staff, and reflected back to you to say, this is what we're hearing, this is what we're concerned about. Does any of that change how you feel, where you're at, what you're recommending? Were you on a fence before that you're now leaning one way or another? Or are you still 100%, this is what we think is best and this is what we continue to recommend?
Well, I stick with our recommendation. I think we felt that it was a hearing from parents, because some of those same parents that were emailing you were emailing me and staff. It was a model that could try to, I don't know if compromise is the right word. I mean, I know a lot of the parents were saying we want them full in person tomorrow, and we saw this as a safer way to get there, because we had the same concerns that you had, Melissa. We're still unsure what's going to come out of this new virus, and also what's going to come out of the winter break. But we've also have learned over the months that you have to be able to adjust and change, because the data changes daily, and we're learning that our guidance we're getting from MDE and MDH can be today, and then 2 days later it could change on you. So we've learned to know that we just have to adjust. But yeah, we felt, based on what we were hearing, it was a good recommendation to try to get us to where the parents were wanting, but maybe not at the pace that they would prefer.
And you're still comfortable with that? Nothing tonight has changed your feelings?
No, I mean, I don't disagree with anything that was said, but I'll go back to what Graham said. There's no one good answer.
Yeah.
I mean, if we did a pros and cons of all four things that we've been discussing, we would have stuff on both sides for all four options. It's just, we've been criticized for this, for being more conservative than others. So this is probably a reflection of that. We're a little more conservative by saying, let's start hybrid first and then ease into full in person, instead of just jumping into full in person. But we're also ready to go full in person, or we're all ready to say DL, whatever the board would like us to do.
And I think the hesitation that many are having now is with the numbers that we're still seeing in Olmsted County. It may not be safe to send our staff back and to send our students back face to face at this point. Ms. Nathan.
Director Marvin, I know everybody probably on the board knows this, but I want to make sure that the community understands that under the governor's guidance, we do not have the option to send pre-K through 5 back to school in any format on January 19th. We're only able to send 3 grades at a time, and then we have to wait 2 weeks to send the other 3 grades. So
absolutely,
the only thing we're deciding right now is whether it's distance learning, hybrid, or in person, and the start date. Because pre-K through 2 is the first one we are sending back, and it has to start no earlier than the 19th, and in what model. All the rest of that 2 week is not something that we have the option to change.
Right, and the proposal that we have now, or one of the proposals we have now, is that rather than after those 2 weeks having those kids go face to face, would be having them continue hybrid.
unless we make a different decision on February 2nd.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, and then, sure.
Right.
Right.
So the model is understood for 4 weeks, beginning the 19th.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I'm looking at my sheet here. That wouldn't be too far off than what we recommended, because we were saying February 16th to 26th would be when we would move pre-K2 into full in person. So at a February board meeting, when you could make that decision at that time. So what we're saying is we may make that change for February 16th, or maybe we're going to stay in hybrid, or it may be, nope, we got to go back to DL because of the numbers. So the only part that's really changing is that we're not guaranteeing that on the 16th, we're going to start rolling PK2 into full in person.
Okay, are we ready to have this as a resolution, a motion? Let's try it and see if it passes. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Severson, do you have a version of it written? No? Okay.
I believe what I captured in the notes was that this board was willing to support that the model is understood for 4 weeks, beginning on the 19th. Is that what I heard Director Nathan say?
Mm-hmm.
So I need help incorporating that into the actual words of the action.
I would just say that a motion would be to begin hybrid model, a rollout of the hybrid model starting on January 19th. Because the resolution doesn't go on further to say in 2 weeks. You know, the resolution just needs to say is all we're doing is starting on the 19th, we're going to begin a rollout of the hybrid model. In our communication, we can say on February, was it the 2nd you said the February meeting is? The board will revisit that and may make a change, which would be implemented 2 weeks later, but that doesn't need part of the resolution. Resolution just need to say, we're going to begin a rollout of hybrid on January 19th with not the next step where it means on this date, we're going to switch to full in person. It's just going to be hybrid, but revisit our decision at the February 2nd board meeting.
At the elementary level, right?
Right, yeah.
At the elementary level.
Does this work? Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to implement the following new elementary learning model beginning on January 19th, 2021. Hybrid pre-K to grade 5 with a rolling start and distance learning plus grade 6 to 12. And this model will continue, maybe it has to go before the distance learning plus. This model will continue for 4 weeks, period. And something about, do we want to put something in there about meeting on February 2nd to reconsider?
I don't think that would need to be part of the resolution, because what we have done in the past is when we've said this is the model we're rolling out, and then we will give you an update on this date. So the resolution could be, we're just beginning hybrid with a rolling start. Our communication will say we will communicate again to families following the February 2nd board meeting.
Okay. So that would be a hybrid pre-K to grade 5 with a rolling start and distance learning plus grade 6-12. Done. And then,
Do you think that's okay, Michelle?
I'm wondering if I could have just like a 2-minute recess I haven't captured all the words from Vice Chair Marvin's notes, and I have a question.
Okay.
Can we hear from the couple people with their hands up while Michelle's working on the rewording?
Do you want to talk amongst yourselves?
Well, no, I see hands up that have been up for a while, and I'm just wondering if we're ignoring input that could be helpful.
Okay. Tell you what, are you okay just tuning out and working on this? And then we'll continue. Okay, thank you. Ms. Workman.
Oh, I see Kathy's hand went down now. Sorry.
I'm sorry, would you read it again?
Michelle's working on the
She's
wording
working
right now.
Wording? Okay.
Yeah.
Chair Marvin, I guess I have a question. This is Director McLaughlin. What you just read is what the resolution is. That's what, I mean, I just followed along with the resolution.
No.
And I think you read it just word for word.
No, it's absolutely that. And the resolution doesn't say what the rolling start involves. So what Mr. Munoz was saying was that the communication then would be, this is what we're going to do. And
so I'm not sure we need to amend the resolution, then we just need to vote up or down on the resolution.
And it might help for us to hear Mr. Munoz restate his understanding.
Yeah, I can do that. But I would want to check with Michelle to make sure the actual resolution says that, but there's 2 places in the whereases that states eventually getting to in person. So I need to know, we need to find out, do we need to change those pieces, or is it just the resolution itself, we're good to go? But my understanding is that starting on the 19th, pre-K2 would start hybrid. 2 weeks later, 3-5 would move into hybrid. And then at the February 2nd board meeting, there would be a discussion on, do we remain in hybrid, or do we go start a rolling start of in person, or do we have to move to DL?
Okay, and the question for Michelle is, can we just pass this resolution now and then change the whereases, which give the details later? She's saying yes.
Okay.
Oh, what? Well, sorry. I think the whereas has to match the resolution, because it says the following new elementary learning model that doesn't mention the in-person, but the whereas above it does. So if we're passing the learning model, we have to make sure the in-person is not in the whereas.
Right, and that was the discussion, is that pass the resolution and then sort of change the whereases afterwards.
No, the whereas has to be, the whole thing has to be the way we want it to be read before we pass it.
And Chair Marvin, I guess my input is I'm reading that whereas right before the resolution is that's the superintendent's recommendation. That is his recommendation, that's fact, but the resolution doesn't reflect that much detail. So I think we can vote on it as it is without modifying it. We're not changing his recommendation. His recommendation is what it is.
Correct. And this is Michelle. That's how I'm reading it as well.
But if everybody would feel better, all we have to do is, if we get down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th whereas, where it says, has recommended the school board learning model with a hybrid rolling start, and not do the rest where it says in a gradual transition to full in person, just say hybrid rolling start and distance learning plus supports for K6 or for 6 through 12. And then in this following where it says be it resolved, we would have to get rid of the part with rolling start, or nope, you're right, be it resolved. That, so really we just have to change that one part.
Right.
Which.
So I would say that for the future, we'll have to figure out whether or not whereas is part of the resolution or not. That's just something we should all know moving forward, because I don't think it is. But I think since we don't have that absolute answer right now, we'd better amend it before we vote, just in case, to be safe. Yes? Amend the whereas before we get too far. I know, this is crazy.
Yep. So what I'm hearing is all we have to do is strike and gradual transition to full in-person learning. That's the only language that has to be removed.
That's what I see, yes.
Mhm.
I would agree, but I have not read the rest of the whereases.
Yeah, well, and most of those are about just what the governor's office and Department of Education have said.
Yeah, whereas statements really are just background information, and the recommendation, the resolution doesn't begin until it's be it resolved.
Right.
But just in case, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I pulled it up on the screen here, so I think if we can just get rid of gradual transition to full in-person, that up to here, we would be good.
Okay, if that is the document then, and the whereas has been modified, the resolution will stand as it is. The communication will be clear about what that involves. I think that we're ready then to vote on the resolution.
Do we need to move it
Because that's
to
the one that's
action first?
right, but that's the one that's in front of us right now. So if we're comfortable,
I would just jump in and say, you know, to make it clear to the public that even in 2 weeks, that second part of the roll and the third through fifth is provisional to, you know, not seeing a huge spike. I mean, that's the only reason I'd be comfortable. Otherwise, I'd say delay this a little bit longer to see where that spike is going.
well, yeah, and the next part of the resolution is that the superintendent has the option to implement a different learning model. But it's pretty much at any time.
Yeah, to pull the plug, but just the communication is so key. And I'm still not feeling 100% confident with the decision, so. But I do see it as an appropriate compromise. So are you looking for someone to move it?
Yes. Oh, wait, just a second. What?
I heard some language.
Okay, yep, I think we're ready for someone to move it to action. No, yeah, move to action.
Move to action, Nathan.
Nathan,
Second.
move to action.
Garcia.
Second, Garcia. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote to move this to action. To make this an action item.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
This is now an action item. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to implement the following new elementary learning model beginning on January 19th, 2021. Hybrid pre-K to grade 5 with a rolling start and distance learning plus grades 6 through 12. Be it further resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 authorizes the superintendent, after consultation with the school board chair and notification to the school board, to select and implement a different learning model for the school district or any specific school buildings without school board action if the superintendent reasonably believes that prompt implementation of a different learning model is necessary, and that constraints of time and public health considerations render it impractical to hold a school board meeting to approve the implementation. The learning model selected and implemented by the superintendent shall continue in effect unless and until the school board, in consultation with the superintendent and appropriate school district staff and public health officials, deems it in the best interest of the school district and its students to implement a different learning model. And be it further resolved that the school board of Independent School District 535 directs the superintendent to provide regular updates to the school board regarding the school district's efforts to implement COVID-19 related educational and public health guidance issued by the MDE and the MDH respectively. Motion to approve would be great.
Move for approval.
Mr. Barlow, thank you. Second, Ms. Nathan, thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Severson will call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Nay.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Nay.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, and I'm not really sure if it's at this point or if it should be at another point, my suggestion would be, I'm assuming that we still have Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Carlson with us.
Yep. Jean, we need a little direction. We need a little direction on high school.
Sorry, forgot about that. I apologize. So Minnesota State High School League has told schools that they can send their athletes back, and practice starts, I think, yesterday or today, actually. Mike, why don't you?
Yeah, I guess what we just, I don't know if we really need a vote or whatever, but just our recommendation is that we do allow our teams to start practicing tomorrow, but we just want to make sure that the board was supportive of that.
Ms. Amundson.
I just wanted to reiterate about wrestling, and I don't have the list of sports, and I don't know that much about which ones are considered contact and not contact, but having heard Mr. Briggs's cautionary wording against contact sports being a high risk, I would be comfortable with a split like tennis and cross country, like Mr. Briggs referenced as being reasonably safe.
Well, unfortunately, none of those are happening. All of our winter sports are indoor right now. Hockey and basketball. And
considered contact, though. Hockey is, right?
Hockey is. Some basketball games get a little physical. I think the ones you were mentioning were ones that we had already in the fall.
Do they play basketball with their masks on?
Yes, that is required. They do have to wear a mask to practice and play. And there's protocols that the league has put out as far as they got to be in cohorts of 25 students. There's plans that they have to have in place for practices and for games.
Ms. McLaughlin.
I can just add the perspective of a high school parent who potentially would be in the situation to allow a student to play. That from the hockey perspective, the Minnesota State High School League is also very involved in the conditions, and they will be wearing masks and social distancing. And my understanding from the discussion with the coach is that it's going to be taken very, very seriously, monitored, and addressed very, very, how would I say it, diligently.
Stringently. Good.
Stringently. And the coach has told them on no uncertain terms, you have to follow these rules or you won't play.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree with that. And I think too, I can tell you the fear of our coaches and our activities directors is that, for example, in hockey, if we don't have high school hockey, they're going to go play in, I don't remember what they call that level.
That's a rec league.
Yeah. and we have better control of making sure our athletes are safe if it's part of our program. Whereas if they're participating in a city program or whatever, we really don't have much control on making sure that they're following all of the leagues. And I don't even know if they would have to follow the high school leagues protocols and guidelines.
Ms. Nathan.
So I took a look at the guidance for youth and adults in anticipation of us talking about this at the meeting. And I think one of the biggest concerns, I don't have any concerns with the requirements. I think it's similar to what we've been seeing in collegiate and in professional sports, as far as, you're right, everybody has to wear masks all the time. There's 6 feet distance. There's the 25 people pods. But I think it's just really important for us to communicate, because I think what we've heard is, how can you send high school students back to sports but not back to classes? And I know it's been a few hours, but I don't have any problem with the protections in the sports. But Superintendent, can you reiterate the difference between having 25 sports players in a pod versus what that hybrid model would look like if we were sending students back to school?
Yeah, I mean, for example, a high school varsity basketball team may have 12 to 14 players that they would practice together and be in a pod. So if they have a positive athlete, that's the other 11, 12 individuals would have to quarantine with and that coach. If that same student went into 8 classrooms at school, 8 classrooms of students and 8 teachers would have to quarantine. So you're talking about larger numbers of close contacts in that situation compared to just that smaller cohort that they have to have as a team.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin.
I didn't mean to have my hand up, but I will add one more piece of information. The other data point is that compared to school, the players are practicing, an hour to 2 a day, or playing a game an hour to 2 a day. They're not in school for the entire, or they're not in their sport for the entire 8 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Amundson.
Are we talking only practices, or are we talking games?
I think it's both, but the league does, they have to have so many days of practice before they can schedule competitions. That's set by the league.
And can we get your assurance that the authority granted to you, the same as changing learning models, should you see a spike, that you would not hesitate to use that authority if you saw rapid spread in our teams?
Yeah, we actually did that. If you recall, we canceled the end of fall sports because of and multiple. I think, for example, in the playoffs in football, there are only 2 teams left that could play in the playoffs because all the other districts had to shut down because of their numbers. So we've had to do that in the fall already.
If we've said and heard what we need to say in here, Mr. Munoz, would you prefer a vote or a thumbs up or?
No, I think
or thumbs down.
I think I heard enough. I mean, if you want to do a vote, you can, but I think there's consensus that we can try it, but also know there may be a situation where we may have to shut a team down because of COVID. Yep.
Well,
I think I have what I need.
Well,
yeah.
Good. Go ahead, Mr. Barlow.
Yeah, I think it's important. I just want to go on record to say that while I'm an avid supporter of sports, at the same time, though, I tend to be of the camp that why can't we allow small pods of students then, secondary students, to gather, to assemble, to study, and maybe we're doing that already. I don't know. Are we doing that?
Well, Don, that's what the plus is.
Okay.
We are bringing in like our newcomers, and then students can make appointments to come into the school, and that we have each secondary school has a van to go pick up kids if they don't have transportation, so they can schedule to come in and get extra help if they need it.
Oh, no, I meant more so, and I appreciate the newcomer program, but I meant more so for, say, be it any group or club that is less than 14 or whatever. You'd identified a team consisting of potentially 14 or 18 players. Well, would they be allowed to come together as a group of students to, if you will, hone their craft, to even engage in just a social gathering? I guess my point, if we're going to allow for sports, then why can't we allow for small pots of students to gather, properly distanced and masked, to study, learn, and to make their social and emotional connections?
That's something that's something we can talk about. We do. I mean, if we're going to open up athletics, I think we're talking about all extracurricular activities. There's all the schools have clubs. The only thing that we would do is that very similar to what Amy does in her community ed, that sponsor of that club would have to submit a plan on how they're going to practice all the requirements. And the high school teams are also required to submit that to their activities director. This is how we're going to follow all of the protocols. So we've done that in the past with like our clubs and stuff like that. I guess we really haven't had a conversation about a group of kids that just want to come in and socialize. I mean, we can talk about that, but when I say sports, I'm also talking about extracurricular, like clubs and band and things like that as well, all extracurricular activities.
I guess the reason responding to what Director Barlow was saying is I don't disagree with you. Why can't we do this if we're doing that? But what I would want to go on record saying is that, I think the discussion was that we want to move towards, I think it was a consensus that we want to move towards seeing secondary reopening. And to me, this is a good first step. This is evidence of wading into the shallow end to see whether or not the sharks are going to bite our toes, for lack of a better analogy. But it's a good start, and it was to me a good indication when we were getting all of those. Not that I want to say we're using the sports teams as guinea pigs, but it's very voluntary for them to participate. And if it does start to transmit, and we do hear from our superintendent that it's getting risky, then we have just given ourselves further information. So I don't want the public to say, well, we don't care about your education, we do care about sports. I would rather frame that as this is one of our early steps and we're testing the waters.
Okay, and I think it's important for people to be able to say what they need to say, but I hope, Mr. Munoz, you got the message that the board is saying. Minnesota State High School League said, go ahead, and what we're saying is kind of at your own risk. You are kind of the ones that can make the decisions about whether you're going to be safe or not. We wish you well, but there may be consequences. We hope not, but that we support athletes going back. Ms. Workman, and then Ms. Garcia, and then Ms. Nathan.
Don, I'm really glad you said what you did, because I've gotten a couple calls from parents who say, my kid loved being in the chess club. My kid doesn't do sports. And so we're looking at, some kind of even as a mental health outlet for kids. Sports doesn't fit the bill for all kids. Right. Theater, debate.
Thank you.
let's give those things a try for kids. And, it's kind of up to them as to whether or not they're going to be successful. And if, somebody gets sick, then you have to shut it down. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Workman. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, I'm wondering, I guess, essentially what Director Workman was saying is, can we just be explicit? I know that you're asking about sports right now, but if it is all extracurricular activities, that we spell out what those are. And also I'm wondering if things like, I know that Mayo has TOPS, would that even be considered as an option? I know that they're running a lot of virtual support meetings and things like that, but what would or would not be included? Because I think that would also be an important thing for parents and those secondary students to understand.
Tell you what, I'm wondering, we have a 8.0 other business and future school board discussions to consider. It's okay with you, we'll put this on the parking lot and have that as a discussion at perhaps our next board meeting. I think it's certainly worth weighing into. My concern is that it's 11:15, and I think we have 2 cabinet board members who are waiting. They need answers to budgetary issues. So if we could sort of delay this discussion for a couple weeks, but I think it's an important one. And Ms. Nathan.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused because I don't understand what discussion we're delaying for a few weeks. But let me ask the superintendent the question first. So as I read the guidance for sports practice guidance for youth and adults, it only applies to sports. It didn't say anything about the other extracurricular activities. Yep. And as a advisor for a high school extracurricular activity, is there going to be specific guidance coming out then for how we write up the plan and what the requirements are for reserving rooms and all that? Is that in the works?
Yeah, I mean, we would have to work on that. I guess we would have, I'm glad that you're thinking about having that discussion 2 weeks from now. It gives us a chance to check with our people, MDE and MDH, to see if that pertains to clubs, and I'm hoping it would. I think it should, as long as it, we don't oversee the number. We can't bring in a 200-piece marching band into, I think we want to make sure that we stay within the parameters that we have to, but that's something we'll have to check on.
Okay, so now I think I understand your point, Director Marvin, about having the conversation in a few weeks to give the superintendent the chance to find out the parameters for non-sport extracurricular activities.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay. And Ms. Dr. Garcia, any last words there? Okay, good enough. I think we're ready to move on. And Mr. Munoz, your understanding is that Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Carlson are still here?
Yes, they are.
Okay. They deserve awards.
We may need to take them awake, right?
Yeah. 7.01, approval of alternate number 1 from the 2019 elementary school bid package. This is a briefing item. Mr. Munoz.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Sheridan, the Executive Director of Operations, and Mr. Keenan McWaters, our District CMA. Scott.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. These are going to be really quick. If you remember, on October 9th, we received bid package number 2 for the 2019 elementary school, and the bids were reviewed and approved by the school board. At that time, we excluded the low bid alternate 1 to provide terrazzo flooring throughout the cafeteria and in the circulation area at the school. And this was an alternate provided by Grazzini Brothers in the amount of $179,200. And our intent was to review it and then bring it back at another date, which is tonight. We're asking you to accept the terrazzo flooring alternate. To let you know that we will be getting a credit for taking out the concrete flooring cost of $59,000, so we could subtract that from the $179,200 bid by Grazzini. So the actual net cost for alternate 1 for this project is $120,200.
Any questions, board members? This is a briefing item. Anybody have an appetite to move it to action?
Move it to
Move
action.
to action.
Okay, move to action, Amundson, and Ms. Nathan, I heard you second. Good, okay.
You did.
Ms. Severson will call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
And Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McWatters, too, for hanging in there. 7.02 approval. We didn't vote on it yet. I can do this. Be it resolved, thank you, that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approve Grazzini Brothers for Trade Package 9G in the amount of $179,200 for terrazzo flooring for the 2019 elementary school project.
Move approval.
Move approval, Mr. Barlow. And second was
Nathan seconded.
second Nathan. Ms. Severson?
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
And someday I'm going to have a voice like Ms. Severson's too. It's lovely. 7.02 approval of alternate number 1 from middle school bid package number 3. This is a briefing item. Mr. Munoz.
Yes, Mr. Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, will brief us on this agenda item. Scott?
Thank you. And Keen is here for this one as well. This one's a little more money, but on December 3rd, we brought you bid package number 3 for the new middle school, and the bids were approved by the school board. We did leave out alternate number 1 for the terrazzo flooring. This was an alternate provided by Johnson Terrazzo in the amount of $727,700. And this is again for the cafeteria area and the circulation area, which is the main hallway of the school. And we're asking you to accept alternate 1. We are getting a credit then because we will be not accepting the trade package 3A of the concrete from in the amount of $193,733. And so the actual cost of this alternate 1 in the end will be $418,967. And this still is, after our review, still falls within the budget for the middle school, and that's why we're bringing it forward and asking you to approve this alternate.
Thank you. Any questions? Again, it's a briefing item.
Move to action.
Ms. Nathan, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Workman, for seconding. Ms. Severson.
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
This is now an action item. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approve Johnson Terrazzo for trade package 9G in the amount of $727,700 for terrazzo flooring for the 2019 middle school project.
Move approval, Workman.
Second, Garcia.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Severson?
Thank you. Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
7.04, Minnesota Legal Compliance Contract with Interested Officer. This is an information item. Mr. Munoz.
All right, I'll step in. So
Go ahead, John.
Okay, yeah, we're doing 704 here. This one is just a quick review with current board members and new board members that annually we agreed with our auditors that we would remind you of School Board Policy 210 that basically talks about conflict of interest. And the gist of this is if you own a business that wants to sell things to the district, or if you do consulting services and you want to sell those services to the district, we need to have a conversation before we can proceed with that, because there's special procedures we'll need to do to get that approved through the school board. So if that applies to you, just make sure you contact me and we'll have a conversation about it. And that's all we really need to say about that.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? Makes me want to go out and buy a business. Okay, 7.05, copy of 5-year general fund financial forecast. Another information item. Mr. Munoz.
So if
Go
I
ahead,
could
John.
jump in here and just say, I would strongly recommend we move 705 and 706 to our budget study session for next Tuesday. We had over an hour planned for this, and the people that were going to do this with me have left the meeting, so I think we should just delay this tonight. 2 items, 705 and 706.
And do we need to approve that? No, we can just go ahead and push them.
They're both information items.
Oh, right. Sorry, information items. Okay, could I suggest that we move 708, we've already moved 709, and 710 to our next meeting? Those are ad hoc calendar committee, policy review and approval, and the bell time resolution. Is there any objection if we?
Can we clarify next meeting? Because our next meeting is a study session.
Yep, I was thinking about the next regular business meeting.
Okay. And
which
is
would
there any
be
thought
in
of having
2 weeks.
I'd like to make a
there's no need-
recommendation that we have a short business meeting before the study session so we can not keep moving items more forward. I don't know. I don't think it'll take real long.
I think we've gotten ourselves into a pattern of pushing agenda items out, and all of our agendas will be packed unless we catch up somehow. So I would agree with Director Workman.
So are you saying that you would like to have a business meeting before the study session, or you want to just go ahead and do them now?
No, before the study session. Business meeting before the study session. I don't think anybody's real fresh to continue with these tonight, especially with the item that Director McLaughlin brought forward, which it's complicated with Robert's rules. So I think it would be better to have that discussion sooner rather than later in case the board decides to entertain any motions to make any changes. That's all.
Okay, so I think Director Workman moved that we add a special session before our next, we have a business meeting before our next study session in a week. Is that possible to do, scheduling wise?
Please be aware that you can only have 3 types of meetings. One is a regular meeting, one is a special session, and I think the other is an emergency session.
Okay, it's a special session then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, because we have plenty of warning that we can give to the community that it's happening.
Chair Workman, sorry, Chair Marvin, I just have one question about the bell time study. I just want to make sure that there aren't any timing considerations that we need to consider in pushing that back a week. If there aren't any timing considerations, I'm comfortable with that.
I talked to Mr. Munoz about this, and I think it's the kind of thing we have to make a decision on quickly, but I'm not sure that a week is going to make a big difference, Mr. Munoz. No?
That 1 week won't make that big a difference.
Okay.
But yeah, if something's going to change, the sooner we know, the better, so we can get our transportation people started.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So can we just?
So,
oh.
Just.
Can you, hang on, I'm just trying to figure out if scheduling wise we can get that done. Michelle, would you mind saying what you just said to me?
Thank you. I do have a motion to move item 7.06 to special session on January 12th, 2020. That meeting will have to start at 4 p.m. and last no longer than an hour because our scheduled study session starts at 5 p.m.
Okay, and my understanding, and John, maybe I got this wrong, is that you wanted to do the budget planning and your reports at the study session, right?
At the study session,
so
yes.
I think
and
go ahead.
I was going to say that people that we're working with have to go to the Stillwater School Board meeting, and it would be better if you still start at 5 and we tell them they come at 6. Do your business meeting maybe from 5 to 6 or 5:30 to 6:30, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I'm confused.
I'm just saying don't start at 4 is my recommendation, because I have people that I need present that can't come until about 5:15, 5:30 anyway.
John, I think this was for the 4 o'clock was for the special session, which would be those items that we just mentioned that aren't you.
If we
Correct. And I'm just saying that you don't have to feel rushed to get done at exactly 5 because my people aren't available till about 5:15 to 5:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and does that work for you, Michelle? Okay. Okay, it's been moved then.
Martin?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you clarify which of the agenda items on tonight's agenda are being moved to the 4 o'clock special session?
They would be 7:08, 7:09, and 7:10. Then 7:05 and 7:06, Mr. Carlson would cover during our study session.
So the ones that we pulled off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting would then happen at our next regular meeting?
Yes, that's what we communicated to the individuals. We told them we would move them to the 19th.
Okay.
So do we need to vote on scheduling a special session, or can we just agree and get it on the books?
I believe because you're removing items and scheduling another meeting, that we have a motion on the table that either needs to be seconded or...
Okay, all right. Thank you. We have a motion on the table to schedule a special session before our study session next week. It's been moved, it has not been seconded.
I'll second it.
Workman moved and Amundson seconded. Roll call vote, Ms. Severson?
Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Nay.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Aye.
And Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
And Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
If I can just interject briefly, I just realized that our new school board members maybe didn't have the benefit of the knowledge that the rest of us had that we cannot go into midnight because it's a new day and that creates paperwork problems. So we really, really, really do need to finish by 11:59 p.m. And I apologize if that wasn't clear when we moved ahead with the vote.
My name is self-serving. I can't be there at 4 o'clock, so feel free to have it without me.
No, and that's not at all self-serving. I think that's one of the things that we need to discuss as a board about how we can make sure that people who have regular jobs can be on the board and make sure that we can accommodate that as well. And maybe a way to sort of get our meetings done in a little bit more efficacious manner. So I think the discussion was great.
Do we have the option to not start at 4 p.m. though?
Pardon?
Do we have the option of adjusting the schedule so that everyone can be there? Do we have an option to not start at 4 p.m.?
Well, you know what? We moved to have a special session. I wonder if we could put out a Google poll or something and say, is there another time that would work better? I mean, if we had it afterwards, is that a possibility after the study session?
That's what I was thinking. Is there a reason that we can't say this one will begin as soon as that one ends or whatever?
There is not a reason that you couldn't say that it would start after this one ends. It's just that there was presenters scheduled at 5 o'clock, so it had to be either before that or much after the presenters were already scheduled.
Yeah. I feel it important to have everybody present.
Yeah, so I can certainly, I would be coming in at 5 for the special session, so I can do afterwards. That's not a problem.
Okay. Then do we need to re-vote, or can we just agree that it will be posted as commencing after the study session?
I think we can do that.
Chair Marvin, in my infinite in-depth knowledge of the Roberts rules that I dug into, we can make a motion to amend what we just decided at the same meeting.
I don't think the resolution stated a time though, did it? What we voted on?
It did.
It did state it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Karen?
I would move to amend the resolution we just passed to change this, to cancel the 4 p.m. start time and schedule the special session after the conclusion of the study session to address the budget.
Garcia,
second, Workman.
Thank you.
McLaughlin and Workman.
All right.
Thank you.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
And Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And this meeting is adjourned at 11:35 p.m.